Hello everyone, welcome into yet another live stream. And give me a second, I just need to fix one thing up. Okay. Alright, almost there. Hi everyone, hi, welcome. Hi Bio, hi David, hi Captain, hi Thar, hi Dapduck, hi, download, hi Ned, hi.
Hi guys, hello.
Hi Timon. Naked, would you rather fight Yarrow and the Jungle Dragon or every single tribute to ever exist?
Make it, did you switch to live chat?
No, I didn't. Hold on. No, I did. Hi there, everyone. Hi. Workaholism is real. Yeah, I need my workahol. You know, I'm I'm suffering from an workahol withdrawal symptoms, and I just need my daily dose of workahol. Why didn't you change day 2 for? Oh, because I forgot. That's why. There you go. So I was listening to some quality music. You start streaming. Well, I'm sorry that I interrupted your own music listening time. All right, my charity stream. Okay, so I'm just gonna walk hole in the background. You know. Ready? Well, that's quick. Oh, we're back. Okay. Oh, we are back. We are back. Now, where even was I with this video? I don't remember. Blender. Daily Dose of Workhole, new Daily Dose channel. That's not a new channel for me. I've been doing that for however long. These charity streams is basically your daily dose of Workhole. Oh yeah, right, it was the complex wave. Right. It's called Roar of the Jungle Dragon, of course it is. What else would it be? What else would it be? Just at this point, whenever I go to sleep, I just dream of Yarrow and the Jungle Dragon all the time because I can't get in my mind.
Download, what makes you think that those are the only two options?
You go straight. I'm glad you go straight right to the point, you know. And Download, what do you think? Let me know, I'm curious. What do you think, Download? Frequency is really number. What the first maximum frequency was the complex part. Biggest queer baiting SMH. It's for sure asexual. I don't get many of those guesses, I have to say. Because it runs second fast into a mile. Oh, I'm curious, Download. Acting, I'm busy. There we go, we're back. Yeah, I'll just film that. This guy's coming to process. Screw on the complex paint. Well, waving to realize that from both sides it just looks like a wave. The only problem is that right here this won't be too visible. As I do like a real imaginary and then
Sai is making a good point there.
Having a conversation with Catman. Imaginary and real. That's what we need. It's not I mean, a really long joke of the channel. Old joke of the channel. There's like a very old one. Was my list of people that I just completely simped for. It was just hilarious because it was just extremely sexist. There wasn't a single woman there. It was like Markiplier, there was Ryan Gosling, there was a Mini Minuteman, obviously. It just kept going, not a single woman. It's not my fault, it's just the algorithm, which is what the algorithm gives me, you know?
I don't think that's sexist. I think that's just gay.
I don't think that's sexist, I think it's just gay. It's probably one of the worst defenses you can have in court, I have to say.
Literally the plot of Legally Blonde.
He's gay and European. Depending on the time of day, the French go either way. My favorite line of media.
Is this?
Oh, what does being attracted to himself mean? Exactly. You get it. It's called vain.
Is this video quantum or mathematics?
Quantum field.
Well, what creature is that on profile picture? It's a bat.
That's Timon's persona.
No, it's not. It's just a random character I drew when I was.
Yeah,
14.
right. Yeah, it's not Timon's persona. I got you, Timon. Don't worry. That is not Timon's persona, all right? Everyone, that's not Timon's persona. I just want you to all to know that is not Timon's persona, right?
Jesus Christ.
I got you, Timon. Don't worry.
Why do I keep joining these streams again?
I don't know. All right, real now.
Raceback gets it.
Persona, Wingsona. No, that's it. I'm switching to a different country. Hold on. This is ridiculous. I can't. Oh, is it because I'm streaming, but because I'm fucking connected to UK? Well, no wonder I'm disconnecting. That country isn't even real. Okay. Alright, there. Now this should be better. No wonder I keep disconnecting. Wait, no. 180. The other way. Move and switch like so. There, this should be solid. This should be solid. Most stable make it stream. I am a professional, Cotton, right? You okay? It ain't got no fur. It can't be. What do you mean? What do you mean? It ain't got no fur. You think that the guy is just blue because he has that kind of skin? You think that's a Smurf or an Avatar thing, whatever it was? Hi, this was Cable, but just checking how you're doing. Make it and Mr. Bad Guy. I'm a bad guy. I'm doing well. So, but it's Cable. I have some coffee, which means I'm about to do even better. This.
Yeah, I'm having coffee too right now. Like, just now, before having my coffee, I somehow did not notice that I was looking at a totally wagged map. Well, not totally wagged, but a somewhat wagged map of the Balkans. So yeah, I really need this baby. Like.
It wasn't even bad what you said. It's just that you try to correct yourself this quickly. You are your own worst enemy. I do just. You really are.
I want to make sure that everyone knows that when I say baby, I talk about my coffee and not about you.
Yeah, but like, you really. No one would have thought of that if not for the fact that you just pointed it out. You really are your own worst enemy.
You're not wrong on that.
Both sides. Piss.
What? What? What do you mean, Catman?
Mom arc confirmed. Baby.
What does
What
it
about that, man, huh? That's sexist. That's sexist, Catman. That's sexist.
What does it even mean?
I'll explain to you when you're older, Timon.
Alright, then I'll answer a question that I am like capable of understanding and answering. What's your opinion on hot chocolate? I absolutely love hot chocolate. It's amazing. I love hot chocolate.
There's a joke I can make there, but I'm not going to. I love how sometimes I don't even need to think about punchlines. I can just say that there is a joke and I'm not gonna make it, and everyone fills in their own gaps. Works really well. That's crowdsourcing comedy.
I have no idea what the punchline here would be.
Oh, you sweet innocent summer child.
I know.
Here's your 4. Oh, convenient. Fuck, I'm going the wrong way. It should be 5. There we go.
Like I favor my coffee with vanilla, but I think that my favorite hot chocolate flavor would be orange. But I wouldn't flavor my coffee with orange, so yeah.
I sometimes forget how posh you are, my goodness.
What? What's posh about? What?
Favorite flavor of hot chocolate being orange is something that like, no, like suburban neighborhood kind of level at least.
What? You go to the store, get an orange, and put it in your hot chocolate.
Yeah, yes, posh. When I get, you know what I want to do when I want hot chocolate? You know what I do? I go to the store, I look for packets with hot chocolate, and I close my eyes and I imagine what it tastes like. That's what I do. That's what real red-blooded, hardworking Americans do, okay? Not like you posh fuck. 200.
Yeah, of course, I grate the orange zest. That's what I meant. I just you can feel out what I'm trying to say. Like I don't need to have coherent sentences here.
What's your favorite number? Mine is -0. Ah, yes, chaotic evil. I don't drink favorite hot chocolate. I just drink chocolate oranges. I just drink chocolate orange juice. That's my favorite one. Yum. We live in a society in which, like, orange chocolate is fine, but chocolate orange just apparently is disgusting. We live in a society.
No. The problem is where a good amount of orange meets a good amount of milk, because that's gonna lead to a good amount of toilet
Milk?
time.
Did you just say milk? You drink orange milk. That's not a thing. That's not a thing at all.
Exactly, for a reason. For a goddamn reason.
Right, I got a chill on my spine. I don't know why all the stress in my life just condenses in my spine. It's really, I have like a potentiometer, except for this guy. I don't know what to call it. Stress. Milking your orange, oranging your milk. Hey, we're inclusivity. No. Okay, there is only one flavor of hot chocolate. Only because here's the thing, all flavors of hot chocolate are posh. There is no, like, if you can reach a level in which you are entitled enough, okay, to pick a flavor of your hot chocolate, that means you're posh. There's no going about that. If you live your life drinking hot chocolate and you're like, you know what, I like hot chocolate, but it's getting a bit dull for me, that means you're posh, okay? You're posh. So all flavors are posh. However, if I had to go for one, that would be best. it would be spicy hot chocolate.
Yeah, good choice.
Had it once in my entire life. It was good.
At this, well, not exactly Christmas. Like before Christmas, we had a D&D Christmas one shot with friends, and I made hot chocolate that was like seasoned with all kinds of stuff. Like there was cinnamon, vanilla, in ginger, orange. How do you call those? Like the thing that looks like nails.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Okay, holy fuck, for a second, it just they do not look like. I mean, I get how they would look like nails, but
We
because
literally call
they
them nail
yeah,
grass.
because
We call them nail grass.
the thing is, they don't look that like nails in the slightest, but also they do look like nails. Am I thinking about the right thing, Timon? Do they absolutely not look like nails, but also look like nails? Am I?
We call them nail grass, so
Let me look it up.
I guess I'm biased there.
I
The spice itself is nail grass nail.
That just said I like Fent hot chocolate. Just bliss.
Like, why is the meme channel blowing up right now? Like, why during stream?
That's a good question. I got pinged. Otherwise, I can't watch memes because it's Miku Miku Beam. Please confirm if hitting on anime girls. What is happening?
I don't know. I'm too old
No,
for this.
Miku Miku Beam. Yeah, right. You're too old. You're too posh.
I'm too old for anime girls.
Whoa, I honestly never heard that sentence before in my entire life. I don't know why. You know how sometimes you have these obvious sentences that just make sense, but you realize you've never heard them before. You know, when someone says like, "Oh yeah, I live in that office, and I am not clinically depressed." You know, like these kind of stuff. These like obvious sentences you've never heard or.
Yeah.
I don't know what else would there be. You know what? I think immigration should be more restricted, and at the same time, if you excuse me, I am now going to go perform at my scientific job, stuff like these, you know. And so basically, I am too old for anime girls. Is never heard that. Make it. What's your favorite anime? I haven't seen many. I do have to say that I have seen Attack on Titan, and I don't know who here has seen Attack on Titan. It's one of the more popular ones, isn't it? But basically, I have seen it, but the way I've seen it was, well, let's just say, it wasn't great for me because basically I was working on some videos and as I was making them, I was like, hey, you know what? I need something light to play in the background, some kind of silly show. Oh, would you look at that? There's this anime about like Titans and stuff. Oh yeah, that seems nice. Yeah, let's play it in the background. And then I got to the third season, and then all of a sudden it turned into like an extremely just elaborate social commentary about the nuance of world wars, and I was not expecting that. I mean, make it. Are you an alcoholic? No. That's one of the reasons why I don't drink, is because I would easily become an alcoholic. That's a bad pick. It was not chill. I mean, it was kind of chill in the first season, and then, you know, then the fucking basically it's just it got really deep really fast. So yeah, so that I liked it. It was pretty good. I would say Attack on Titan was pretty good. What else? What else is there? What other animes are there?
Alright, meme channel muted. Um, Go on.
Death Note? No, I haven't seen Death Note.
I have a friend who's been nagging me to watch Death Note for 8 years now.
Why don't you watch it with them? Been trying quite hard as far as I can tell.
No, it's not. We're not like that close of friends. We're like we just text each other sometimes, but like twice.
I would suggest a much more calm anime like Murder Drones. My favorite anime. It is very much an anime.
Oh my god, I love Murder Drones. It's so good.
Haven't
Not
seen
an
it.
anime, though.
Haven't seen it.
You would love it. I guarantee you.
I
You
have
would
so
love
many of these to watch. So many. Listen, I don't. Okay, so if I may do an old man make it for a second. All right, a bit of a get off my lawn, you whippersnappers. A bit of that. Back in the good old days. Okay, or actually no, I take it back. Back in the bad old days. On the internet, when it comes to these animations, right, the free ones, the not big studio ones, there haven't been that many of them, and because of that, they've been cherished and amazing. And right now, over time, in current times, they still exist, and they have much higher production budgets. They are still cherished, they are still amazing, but there is just too many of them for me to keep track of. Like, everything got better across every metric, but it's just too many.
I mean, you shouldn't watch all of them, but like Murder Drones is something you would love, in my opinion.
But then there's also, you know, the Amazing Digital Circus, then there's also Hasbin Hotel, is also there. Why do you think I would like Murder Drones, huh? What? Is because I'm a drone? Is that what you're saying? You racist?
It has murder and it has drones, so you would like it.
It has murder, it has drones, so you would like it. I have never been summed up so easily in my entire life. That's basically why I watch Westworld, honestly. Make it. Have you heard this game called War Thunder? I have. I played it. I liked it a lot, but then I stopped playing it for some reason. I've only played it for an hour. It seems like a perfect game for me, but for some reason I just didn't play it.
Same, like once my friends sat me down to you're gonna love this game, you're gonna play it. I did. I played them for few hours. I was like, oh my god, you guys were right. I absolutely love this game, and then never played again.
Make it. Have you watched My Brother is an Evil Demon and Kidnap My Sisters? Now I have to transform into a robot and resurrect the Soviet Union to make a portal to stop him. It's a really good anime. Fullmetal Alchemist? Is that Full Metal Alchemist? I don't know. I don't watch anime. It's a complete guess. I just heard of that name once.
I googled the stuff that I sent, the exact words, and
I made shit up for fun absurd anime titles. And then
I would have watched that anime if that existed.
I'm pretty certain something like that exists somewhere out there. There's a lot of animes. Can we like stop with the anime talk and focus on like actual good art? Like, I don't know, Wild Robot. Any Wild Robot fans out here?
I'm here. I'm Bad Robot fan.
Exactly. That's a. There's an anime where you're reincarnated as a vending machine. Of course there is. I like Wild Robot. It's great.
Yeah.
No, I don't think
I
that's
don't
the
think
plot
I
of Lord
ever.
of the Rings. No spoilers. No spoilers to Wild Robot. All right, I'm gonna shut up then. It's really good.
Yeah, it's amazing. I don't think like you can ever grow out of animation, even if like it like just because something is made so a child can enjoy it doesn't mean an adult cannot. Like,
Well, I mean,
nah,
depends.
I mean, okay, there are stuff that all the children enjoy and adults do not, but like those aren't mutually exclusive necessarily. That's what I mean.
That you're right there. 250, 200.
I still keep my candy in a Cars themed lunchbox. And that is probably the most
Fuck.
first grader thing ever.
Fuck. 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 This is bad. Ah, the rotation is gonna be all screwed up, isn't it? Never mind. Well, shows what I know. Okay, no,
What happened here?
never mind the rotation. Oh, the rotation, but that won't work because, damn it. Ah, we're gonna do some hardcore maths, aren't we? Damn it. My country is Looney Tunes, Tom and Jerry for animation. Hell yeah, it is! Not only in your country, it's in general.
Isn't
How
Tom
do-
and Jerry like almost 100 years old or something?
Are you going to play Minecraft again on stream? And how do you stream straight for 750 days? Like what? That's simple. I don't stream straight. The rules must be kept. Listen, everything has to be kept in balance. 100 days straight, 100 days gay. That's how you do it. Easy method. Make it perfect. He streams pansexual. Or maybe I stream Ace. I've
85 years old. Tom and Jerry are 85 years old.
Oof. That's like President of the United States age. We're streaming at European times. We're fine. We're fine. And Tha doesn't mind. Like, I feel like Tha would agree with me. Dementia. Yeah, but you know how Americans like it. They like it with. They like it when their leaders like can't think.
Yeah, imagine a whole ginormous country that cannot think with a leader that can. Like, bro, no, like that would be weird.
Sucks to sucks. Sucks to suck, take the L. Why do I do it this way? I could have just fucking done it manually, like this. I'm an idiot. Oh yeah, I could have done it in such a better. Why didn't you all tell me? I blame you all right now.
Yeah, it's not only me this time.
Especially Timon.
Oh, come on.
Come on, I mean, maybe buy me dinner or something first. My goodness.
Isn't Patreon subscription enough?
You got me there. Yarrow and the Jungle Dragon stopped. Maggie, you're not gonna use Manim for this? No, I'm more used to Blender. Okay, so the motion blur has to go, unfortunately, because it's screwing things up. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do it differently with texture coordinate, normal, separate this way. I mean this way. I mean this way. I mean, it's not separating. Couldn't help but notice. I mean this way. I mean this way. I mean this way. I mean this way. There, got it, spot on. Add 1. Perfection. I could just come to you, forgot I could do it manually. I don't know why. One must imagine Sis was happy. Exactly. 3 days you're watching make it. You'll study for the exam. It's fine. Like, there'll be more streams to come, Rainspec. It's fine. You won't miss out on much. There's one thing you can trust me with is that I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. That's kind of my whole thing.
I miss out like streams very rarely, but there was like, but when I miss out like one in every week, it's always the stream where something insane happens. Like, for example, the last stream I missed, Remco joined in, and I'm still pissed.
The FOMO is getting hard, you're saying. Okay. I actually have a list of everyone watching, and I have a list of what to do in case someone is not watching the live stream. For every single person, actually. You know? Yeah. I have it prepared, actually. Right now we're working on the video, because the highest percentage of people who want to see me walk in the video isn't offline, in fact, so... The streams where I do like practical electronics have the lower viewership, precisely because I specifically stream them at times when most people who will watch them are asleep.
You kind of did it once, like you
Twice.
started at 5 a.m. or something. Wait, no, I can't count. Counting to 2 is difficult, alright?
I should probably go then, Seal. Good luck for the video. Overdose of alcohol and emergencies was happy. Alright, Rainspec, bye, see ya.
Bye.
What if I don't watch? Actually, Ta and Catman, if you both wouldn't watch, then I would just fight the Arrow and the Jungle Dragon. That's what I would do. Fishnet in high skirts. Okay, to all watching right now, I have a question for you, alright? I understand if you won't answer. I understand if you won't. I truly do. But if someone would have the experience to and would like to answer, I have a question. Are fishnets uncomfortable? Because they look fucking uncomfortable. They look painful. Are they really comfortable? Like, is this kind of suffering for the look situation, or do people wear it just because they like it? Time it. Am I wrong here?
I have no idea.
No, I mean, okay, so have you ever worn fishnets, Timon? Just a light, non-personal question. No, alright, yeah, sure, you haven't, alright, I don't trust you on this, whatever. But don't they look like uncomfortable?
I mean, like, if they're not like, if they're like,
They look hella hot. Catman, no argument there. I'm not arguing that point. I agree with you. But what I'm saying is that they look like a torture device.
I mean, if they're not too tight and the these strings are like close enough, then I guess it like just guess they can be like fine. But I genuinely have no idea.
You should try them. No, unfortunately, they're very expensive. I couldn't. It's such a shame. I don't have any. I was secretly watching my ult to see you fight the Aaron.
What are the patrons even here if you don't have money for this?
I have furry sex. That's something. What is my Patreon money going to if you won't even buy fishnets? Destiny never tried, no chance for any femme clothes. Life is suffering, and we're different from ties. What do you mean, no chances for any femme clothes? Don't let society fucking tell you what to do or not. Don't let society get you, Tha. Show the haters what's what.
And then
Hi there, MGP. Hi,
move to
welcome.
Europe.
And then move to Europe, exactly. That would be helpful, yes. I can promise you, like, the thing is, Europe is so, the cultures in Europe are so wild. I'm, like, at least in France, like, there's gotta be something where, at least in France, fishnets are considered, like, highly, hyper-masculine or something. Where, you know, just women wear pants because they're considered feminine, and men, like, in the military, wear fishnets because they're considered hyper-masculine or something. French people would do that.
Also, Ta, you're legally a girl because you're American, so do it.
That's another thing. I will have to buy them, and then there's the awkwardness of talking to parents. Ah, I see. What about buying them online?
Or just go to the store without your parents and like hide it somewhere. Like get a box that you can like close with a like lock or something. Like
Not suspicious, like a pirate chest, full scale. Just covered with blanket or something in your room. They won't even see it coming, alright? It's gonna be so discreet. Buy somebody's cable buy.
I had one of those in high school because
I
don't know
want a
how high
pirate
school
chest
kids
now.
are.
Damn it, I really want a pirate chest. Whoa, like, we would be so much more advanced as a society if instead of, like, closets or stuff, we used chests. Why did we stop using chests? This is garbage. Life is suffering. What is the point?
Well, it doesn't have to be a gigantic pirate chest. It just like you can fit a few pieces of cloth there, and you can just lock it. And
Secondly, so I'm just not sure how they would actually react to me doing anything in my transition. I get it, I do. It's fine. But hey, but still, never say never. That is a temporary setback. We're limbo between. You have to. I just acknowledge the fact it's a temporary setback. It's not permanent. Far from it.
also, how about like don't like not going like very quickly, but like for like very slowly. Like for example, a hoodie that is like kind of unisex, but from the girl section and stuff like that. Like just slowly but surely.
That's
you
very
can
slow.
get there.
No, Timon. In this case, we're talking exclusively about fishnets, right? So,
all right, fair.
to move across the state to college, or to Europe more likely. Hell yeah! Europe is great. Top 10 things, honestly.
You say top 10 things to way too many things.
I can't count to 10. You can't count to 2, alright? Don't judge me.
Fair.
I am at least 5 times better at counting than you, okay? Is pizza
Just
better than
because you
Europe?
can't
Pizza is from Europe, right? So take this L, liberal. My good, you know what L in the liberal stands for? How often they take the L? Oh yeah, liberal owned. Where would you rank to? By the way, fun fact: I already have the top 5 list of 5 best things. I had it for years.
Let me see if I can list it.
All right, go for it.
Information, time, space, gravity, and love.
Was it in order?
No.
Well, then even if it wasn't in order, you still failed. You got some of them right. In order, from the least favorite to the most favorite, on my list of top 5 favorite things, it is information, abstraction, space, life, and time. Time is my favorite thing in existence. Life is second favorite. Space is third favorite. then abstraction fourth, information fifth.
I'll try to remember that.
Love didn't make the cut, by the way. And gravity? To say, gravity isn't like if I was making a list of top fundamental interactions, gravity wouldn't be top first. That's electromagnetism. That's obvious. What's more, if we were going with like the most modern theories, then a high energy, it would be first electroweak, and then strong and gravity tied for second, and that's it. That's all we have.
Okay, I
Gravity
don't know
of
why
the
I remembered
situation, man.
gravity.
The E in Europe stands for Euler's number. Exactly. It's time for because time. No, I actually do really like everything that deals with time. It's always been my favorite thing. When movies that in some way utilize time in their narrative, I always love them.
I absolutely.
And I
love
have
how
not
you,
seen Tenet.
Yeah, exactly. Like you love the concept of movies about time. You love the concept of the idea of turning entropy back, and you have thought about the societal consequences of them, and you have not seen Tenet. Like, what are you doing with your life?
Is time your favorite because you only have a very little amount of it? Who says I have a very little amount? What if I'm immortal? You fucking immortal? Time is always working against me, biggest op. That's pretty good, okay. What happened? You're back. Oh, we were just talking about fishnets, you know?
Alright, new best comment.
You're on stream, like, you can see the comments.
Yeah, I mean, if you send something on Discord, I just click automatically, except when you start like arguing with Elliot for 600 messages, then I mute you.
That happens surprisingly often. Let's move this to be a bit larger. Ooh, 0.9. There we go. Actually, this is the problem. Yeah. Rotations are wacky. Rotations are really, really wacky. Especially when they're like that. Let's try to fix it up. We start with 74 negative 45. We end with 0 negative 90. Well, no wonder it is wacky. Instead of positive, null, negative. Yeah, we're gonna have to deal with this, I guess. Oh, I am good at what I do. Impressive. Basically, the problem with rotations like that is that there are different ways to achieve the same starting and end rotation. And so the steps you take in between, Blender always really struggles with that because there isn't really a great algorithm to figure out what kind of rotation you want because it depends on the implementation. And as such, you most of the time have to do it yourself. Make it literally Ryan Gosling. That is true. That is true. You're not wrong, Timon. Make it. If I ask politely, can I get this message into best comments? Maybe we'll see. You know what? I am a sucker for politeness.
Alright, I got owned. I tried to like show Beth how to get into the best comments, but no, I did not get to best comments. Beth did, so I'm just
That's why
I'm
did I
just
go?
I'm just gonna crawl away in a hole and
Yeah, listen, I appreciate flattery, but it needs to be clever flattery, okay?
every time before this, whenever I called you literal Ryan Gosling, I got into
Because
best
you did it in
comments, so-
clever ways before. You hold on. Like if I open up my files, there's literally the over there. There is literally in the Make It memes. There's literally this meme, which I have saved. That was clever. It feels weird, by the way, to have to look up all my files on the second screen now, because I got so used to just giving your streams on Patreon channels where I can just do it on full screen because I don't have to worry about what's gonna pop up. And you know what could pop up, so...
Oh, I know.
What about that B meme? I actually didn't download it. I do have a lot of Make It memes. A fair bit lot. I never complain on stream. Most of them have copyrighted music. A lot of them are just me setting stuff on fire, though.
Hell yeah. Wait,
Yeah, just a bunch of different videos.
I don't see the. I'm not sure if I've even. I think I saw that one, but I think I'm not sure if I saw that one or something that is really similar, but the glassware is a different type.
Is this
I'm really not sure.
scientist porn?
Exactly. You're on spot.
Donate $100 though. I agree with there's also the pay to win waiting to get into best comments. Make it. Please ask Timon to say chair out of carbon in Hungarian. Timon,
Ooh,
say chair out of carbon in Hungarian. Not-
chair out of carbon.
I'm not asking. This is an order.
um, like you mean a chair that is made out of carbon, like a carbon chair, or like you want me say carbon chair, or like a chair that is like oh yeah, okay, I figure. All right.
Sensic?
Yeah. With both of them should be with an A, not an A, but yeah. So you want me to say carbon chair, which is sane, sake.
I don't get it.
Me neither.
Your alt will be sent back into quarantine if you don't comply. Wait, is your alt? Oh yeah, your alt is out of quarantine, isn't it? Whoops, we can't have that.
Why? Why?
Thank you for reminding me, sir. Actually, how sweet. There we go. Oh, wholesome. All right.
Oh, why?
I have a question for Ricky that he would be an expert on. Oh, I doubtful, but go ahead if you want. I'm coding to time and I'm only an expert at gaslighting.
What did I do? Like, what did I add? Like, at least give it all the bad ranks. Like, not just one.
Yeah,
Like,
I will
I'm
later. If I won't forget.
come on. Why do you hate my art?
Yes, how we're in postmodern. Oh, piss! No, this is screwed up.
I mean, Shadow Realm is interesting, but it gets pretty boring because there's only one other kid there. So.
And they're literally 13, by the way. Have fun.
What you mean making Kürtöskolás stream? Like, I can't make that. Like, I don't have the equipment and like. You need a goddamn fire grill. Like, yeah.
Wait, hold on. You make. Imagining if you would make n of how many videos you will be able to fund. Yes, I. No? Yes? Close enough. I need help with physics in Blender. I need to know how to make a rubber band and a hinge. I can't find any good tutorials on it. A rubber band, you're not going to find any good tutorials on it because that's a difficult one. Blender wasn't really made to simulate physics for the sake of simulating physics. Blender was made to simulate physics for the sake of animating. That's why whenever people would do rubber bands, they would normally cheese their way around them by making like a path curve, for example, and animating the path curve. That's one. Postmodern love, here's how postmodern love.
No, you make chinmy cake on an open fire, not in the goddamn oven. And even if I could, like, even if I did, I would need that cylinder thingy that you roll the stuff up. And like, it's just easier to buy it for $2.50 in a random booth on the street. Like, there are quite a few of them. I actually got chimney cake the other day, and a bunch of crowds attacked me for it.
Damn it, I missed the entire 3D printer arc. Don't worry, Timon's going to make an artist rendition of what happened during those streams, so just wait for that.
Make it to your utmost joy. I would like to mention that I have actually started, and most of the sketch is finished.
Good. Can't wait to see it. I'm gonna show it in one of my videos.
No, you won't.
Don't test me, Mortal. Because I might. I might.
Wrapping dough around beer glass bottle and... I mean... Alright.
I'm going...
David... I very much like that's a bold move, alright? I'm just gonna say, like, I'm just gonna leave it at that. It's a bold move.
Oh, happy birthday, Ramit, to you too. Thank you so much for wishing me happy birthday. No one else wished me, actually, Ramit. No one. It's a bit upsetting, but yeah, happy birthday to you too, Ramit. I'm just remember time how you always complained that there's this one art of yours that I never shown in the video?
Yes.
I'm gonna show it, and then like I will overlay it with the Valentine's pic you made, and then I'll overlay it again with the 3D printer art you made. Like, I will show them all in separate, but one appearing on top of each other, as I mentioned, all of them. And then the printer one will be on top, because I just think it fits.
If you do that, I will unsubscribe from Patreon.
Sacrifices must be made then, I guess. What stream had 3D printing? Oh no! Oh no. We're not talking about 3D printed to actually print stuff. No, that will not be an image of me printing stuff with a 3D printer.
Make it stop. This is there are people here.
I know.
Hi, Ramit. Hi.
I have to go see you. Bye, Rami. Bye, see you.
Bye.
Which stream was it? There was an on stream actually. I'm pretty certain that would go against the YouTube guidelines.
Exactly. That's exactly why you shouldn't show it. That
I'm gonna cover the guideline problems with like a maker doing a thumbs up or something, or like a oh no, and then I'll place I'll cut out the green screen, have it be the art, and I will be just in a perfect spot so that it will be still publishable to YouTube.
don't you fucking dare.
You need to stand up for your creation time. You need to be proud of what you do.
I do not. I can be cowardly whenever I wish to be cowardly. I'm proud to be a coward.
I'm not on Patreon either. Well, this accident occur. So it's okay. All right. I guess I can give you the backstory. It was when I bought the 3D printer. I was assembling it on the Patreon voice channel. I was there with Catman, with Timon. I think Mated was also there, and I was just assembling it.
I think that's enough context.
The thing is, it's not my fault. Okay, most machines these days are really fuckable. All right. I'm just saying. Like, the thing is, it's hard to be attracted to like flesh and blood human. Like, I mean, come on, flesh decays. The machine is eternal. I'm just saying, right?
Thank you, David. Thank you for average Romanian just calling the entirety of Hungary a cowards. Yeah, yes, it happens.
Diamond, why do you think Wild Robot is one of my favorite movies?
Jesus!
And
Jesus! No! Jesus! No! No, just no.
Hello, fellow Adeptus Mechanicus. Well, hi there, Theo. Bless the Omnissiah. Bless the Omnissiah, yeah.
So, like, you to make it, when you get those, like, in shady websites, you get those advertisements of the, like, single moms waiting for you. I'm guessing the single mom is waiting for you is the
Raspberry, overheating Raspberry Pis in your area. 70 different coffee machines that are just asking for you to grind them. Like, man, I love trains. They just keep getting railed. Honestly, rockets are phenomenal. I love it when they blow. I'm also kind of a romantic. I mean, magnetic coupling is just mwah. These puns are surprisingly easy to make. Oh my, there's so many. And I didn't even mention the CP or the penis for measuring, you know. I think it was EPR, if I'm not mistaken. Proton enhanced. That's all I remember. Oh my, I love myself a just big, long antenna, you know?
I will be right back.
I killed Timon. Hold on, I need to restart that. There we go, we're back. Make it please stop. Why? Okay, but I love trains, they just keep getting railed. These are really surprisingly easy. It's the fault of the engineers who make. Hold on, I need to. It's not my fault, it's the engineers who make them, okay? Reminds me of a Dragon car gif. I told you, I'm there for the cars, alright? Keep the dragons, I'm there for the cars. Bless the Omnissiah. Now make it. This is my motivation for becoming an engineer. Yeah. I hate that I know gotta give immediately. It is a surprisingly popular give, isn't it? Mickey, what are you running? I'm running my legs. Because it's so uncomfortable to do it with hands, you know. Ah, that looks pretty good. Nice kind of optical illusion. What's next in the script? Makes so powerful, we crashed the stream, so I had to join in again. Welcome back, Rain. Oh, we already reached the mathematics with physics wave portion. Yeah, mathematical waves only physical wave. Okay, so this, what we want to happen is we want it to come back, haha, funny, to this. And one. And A sports. E to the I theta, if I'm not mistaken. The wave will give it a really funky shade because the normals will always be, yeah. Instead, we should probably just give it. Welcome back, Timon. How you doing?
Hello, I'm doing great. I just had to do some stuff.
Who was stuff?
You know the answer.
For a second, I thought you were gonna say you, and now that would have shocked me. This is just the I didn't feel it go in, but on a whole other level. I like that omniscient being like make it is close to being poor. This shit keeps me up at night. It's a lifestyle choice. Actually, this Kevin, I want to do a puff in the grill on it so bad. Oh no, that is a weird one. This way and then... Okay, it's because it's switching from... Right, positive, null, negative to positive, negative, zero, null. Okay, is there a way for us to replace this? Like this and then right here. Actually, even better would be like this and right here. So what we want is we want positive, null, negative. So it
What the
rotates.
fuck is going on in the other room? Never mind.
Negative. Positive. Well, it's gonna be a bit wacky, isn't it? Yeah, because it's flipped. There's a pickle. That's even worse, because then it has to flip. Oh my goodness. I might have sent this before, but disappeared when I switched to all messages. What? Before? A1 Mini. This is the A1 Mini though, might not be legal. Did you know, by the way, that Hatsune Miku turns 18 this year? I'm just saying. In case it was information any of y'all would be interested in.
People who go for people who just turned 18 are like this legal but like disgusting. Like because those people would go lower if they didn't fear the jail. So like still wrong moral, like horrible morals. Just big no.
You know, Timon joins in with the morality police. I'm sorry, I really hate phrases like wrong morals, because that's the most bullshit thing I've ever heard.
I
Like,
can have an opinion on someone else's moral.
Yeah, but you shouldn't call it wrong. Like, listen, a general rule of thumb. If you ever imagine someone making a musical about you, right? Or a movie, or writing a book, or stuff like this, where you exist, right? You know, in the future, like 100 years in the future, 200 years, whatever. I just want to say that if you say shit like wrong morals, you might exactly not be on the side of that story you want to be on. Negative 90 and 90. This is going 0, so this is 70.
I believe that not all, like obviously like I don't believe in objective morality, but I believe that uh some extreme aspects of morality should be considered like yeah.
Not better. Not better. Right, is wrong. You cook meth with flame to make money. I love the idea of just me and Flame doing OnlyFans, and you know, me and Flame doing OnlyFans, and then every single post they're just like a lab tour, you know, just talking about different glassware or stuff like this.
I would absolutely love that.
And then David screwed over Thou with the message. Fishnets Meth Lab. You all, you need to get your minds off your gutters, honestly. Fishnet stock.
I would genuinely be more interested in you doing science than you doing whatever other stuff people do on OnlyFans. I know I'm weird.
Do you have to be so rude about?
It's like, you know how all of your fans just wanna date me because you're hot or whatever? Like, I'm not them. I'm not them. I wanna marry you because if we shared the household, I would have access to your chemistry equipment.
That is really fucking weird to say. That's just a really weird thing to say. I do want to say though that is a move. You know how many people I pulled just by like explaining quantum field theory to them? Whew, I can't even count that high. It's like -3. I don't know. People usually leave when I do that.
Like that would work on me. That would genuinely work on me. Like I could get I could get lured into a dark van by saying that I'm gonna explain science to you.
Really bad. I just imagine some dealer talking about like how to synthesize meth and just completely luring you, just getting you hooked on this stuff just because you wanted to know more about just synthesis and chemistry.
Yes, exactly. That would 100% be me.
Is Timon gonna mansplain chemistry and physics to us? Timon does love mansplaining.
Yeah, but mansplaining chemistry and physics is Maker's job, so...
I don't mansplain them. You mansplainer.
No, like, you mansplain them on streams and you explain them in videos.
No, you... What did that just say? Is pentate someone's look by tree 3. One pentated by tree 3 is still one. That's real. That is just real. What is it about fishnets? I mean... I'm waiting for a video when meth becomes difficult. That would be such a good though. Oh my goodness, that actually sounds like just a documentary about addiction. Just like a public message, how meth, narcotics and drugs are just fun in the beginning, but then when you get addicted to them, it becomes a problem. That just sounds like the name of that kind of documentary.
First, I thought that it would be a April 1st joke video, but that would actually go hard. Like if you did a video on that.
Public messaging: don't do drugs, kids. I'm not, in my personal opinion, I'm not too hot on the whole don't do drugs. I feel like we should approach it differently as society. I think we should do drugs, but instead just make it safer for everyone who needs help with them. So basically, I think that meth should be legal but regulated. Just like we do with alcohol, except probably you want the regulations to be a bit more rigid and a bit more strict.
I'm on the other side of the spectrum because I believe that alcohol is like way too easily accessible, considering how much damage it causes. And I like obviously you can't stop an entire society. Like you know what happened when they actually tried to stop it, but like at
They
least
succeeded in America. What do you mean? It's a constitutional amendment, Timon. They wrote that not into law, into fucking constitution. People really often underestimate that fact. Like, you know, on the same level as American Constitution said that, you know, you have freedom of speech, on the same level that said that, you know, people should be free and so on and so forth, there was just, you can't sell alcohol. It's mad.
yeah, like what I'm saying is I believe that like it should be alcohol should be regulated way more and the very strong stuff should be
I
outlawed.
don't think it should be regulated way more. I think it's really fine.
There are a lot of like accidents that happen or a lot of people getting like either developing long-term problems or just get drunk once and get into real trouble and like uh, yeah, I believe it should be
So what? It's
like first off I would just the I think that the if you just outlaw the really strong stuff then the rest would be like that would be a good like first step. And
I don't buy any of this. I don't buy the argument. No, this sounds like anti-abortion argument, except with alcohol. I don't buy it.
I mean you don't have to agree like yeah. But I believe that like
So make it once drugs,
anytime
but no drugs. No, I feel like people like making like get drugs being illegal is pretty dumb because you're basically making a substance legal, which is rough because what's the argument there? Like, what's the argument for example, meth being illegal?
it's you don't trust society that they can make an educated choice and a calculated risk.
Society is making it illegal. So, Timon, would you trust yourself with meth?
No,
If you had a bag of meth, would you trust yourself with it?
no,
I would. I would trust myself completely.
I wouldn't.
Well, that's it. And so you, oh my goodness, like, I know you don't want to be called your bottom, but then you say shit like this and just such a, making it difficult. What you're basically saying is that instead of deciding for yourself, you would rather have the government decide for you.
No, I would rather have experts decide for me.
That's
For example,
regulation. That's regulation. Making it illegal no longer puts regulation of experts in place. You see, when you have regulation, then you can regulate it with experts' opinions. So, for example, when it comes to alcohol, experts can determine what level is still safe to drink, at what level, maybe you shouldn't drive after having alcohol, and so on and so forth. You have all of these things in place. Kids shouldn't drink alcohol, and so on and so forth. If you make alcohol illegal, however, then none of the experts' opinion matter anymore, because alcohol is just illegal. And all of a sudden, an adult drinking alcohol is on the same level as a kid drinking alcohol. An adult drinking alcohol at home is on the same level as an adult drinking and driving. That's the problem. That eliminates the expert's opinion there.
Theo, you misspelled erdős.
The thing is, because meth is illegal, I can't make any. I don't even want to take it. I just want to make some. But I can't. Or Adderall. I need to get a prescription for Adderall. Which, I mean, okay, fine, I get regulation. But I can't make any. It's bullshit. That's what it is. I don't suffer from alcohol abuse. I thrive. Drug abuse? I would never abuse drugs. I love drugs.
No, I mean, like, I didn't like did I say like by regulation I like I think that outlawing the like very strong stuff but allowing the weaker stuff like beer would still be a regulation. Like I'm all in for regulation because like yeah I believe that didn't say that alcohol should be illegal. I said it should be regulated way more. That's
I
what I
don't think
said.
so. Okay, let's say hypothetically that someone wanted to build a Bunsen burner. Okay?
Denaturated alcohol.
Yes. What if your regulation would make that? What if your hardline regulation by making it illegal past a certain point would make denaturated alcohol illegal? How
Well,
would you
I
work around that? How would you define, like, how would you create a system in which alcohol for consumption would be legal above a certain percentage, but alcohol not for consumption would be illegal? Because I can tell you that if you actually do that in place, what's going to happen, very obviously, people who will want hard alcohol will just buy the one not fit for human consumption. Because that's always what happens throughout history. When you have drugs, when you make these drugs even more legal, when you enforce the laws against them even harder, then what inevitably ends up happening is people still, the demand is still there, but then the supply is less regulated because it's all equally illegal. And what ends up happening is people end up dying to really dangerous drugs.
yeah,
This
I
is
know,
basically this is the difference between the American approach to drugs versus the European one. With drugs especially, you don't want to just hardline outlaw them. You want to mitigate the damage they do to society. And outlawing
exactly.
drugs really counters that goal. It's really not helpful, I would even say really harmful.
Exactly, and like that is why I wouldn't like put toxic stuff into the naturated alcohol. I would put like extremely bitter stuff and unpleasant stuff with unpleasant smell and stuff like that. So like yeah, so humans can't consume it like but they don't die if they try to do so.
I never buy these kinds of arguments when people when people want to decide for everyone else what they should do. It's never a good argument.
I don't know, like I still believe that like experts kind of should because humans are dumb. Humans are dumb AF.
Well, maybe experts should decide, but even when experts, come to some kind of conclusion, you still don't want to like, just blank enforce it on the entire population.
Like
Or at
that's
the
why
very least, you don't want to do it in this kind of way.
like I said
Because
it before. I don't
because
want
time
to.
and time and science will not tell you if something is good or bad. Science will only tell you the effects. So if scientists determine that alcohol is extremely unhealthy, okay, and it is really dangerous for people, then by enforcing that kind of law in place, you are not really listening to experts. Only what you are saying is that people shouldn't get to decide if they want to accept the risk.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not listening to experts. That's taking the findings of experts and creating your own laws around it, fitting your own morality. What if I just feel like shit, I want to have a hard drink, and all of a sudden I can't because some fucking Hungarian twink decided for me that I can't endanger myself?
Yeah, I'd be very happy to know that you are safe and you won't like even when you're really sad, you won't do stuff that will harm you. And I will be very happy to know that you're safe because that yeah.
And miserable.
Like okay, that is why like I believe that another place we should put money is like accessible and state provided mental health care, not just like physical health care but mental health care. It should be accessible for everyone, every tax-paying citizen to like access it for free.
I cannot believe that Hungarian twinks have that power over my life. The reason why Europe is thriving is because Hungarian twinks don't have that power over our lives. I love how this are boiled down to pure left versus right ideology. Freedom versus safety. This is not freedom versus safety. It isn't. Freedom versus safety would be stuff like gun control, for example. The argument for gun control makes sense because over there you are not discussing someone's choice to do something to them. Only you are talking about the choice to do something to other people. That is way different. In this case, this is the argument over whenever the government should decide for you what you would like to do with your very own body. So, for example, for example, do you think that restricting abortion is a left ideology or right-wing ideology? QED. Right-wing. Yeah, but it is the same as restricting someone from drinking alcohol. What's more is that you could actually enforce like kind of this would be also kind of anti-abortion, wouldn't it? Restricting someone who's pregnant from drinking alcohol. That's the thing. But what if I want to give them the power? Theo, who wouldn't? Well, that's kind of the whole point. The whole point is that people really often make these arguments based on what they think is good, which, I mean, fine. You want to have your own worldview, your own morality, that's fine. But without realizing that that is just their own morality. That's their own subjective view onto the matter. And forcing other people that way, well, all of a sudden, that's kind of like claiming that your subjective view is a bit more objective.
But make it. You also agree that there should be some level of restriction on alcohol, right?
There should be some kind of regulation, yeah. So, for example, I don't want, for example, when I buy, I don't know, 95% ethanol, I don't want lead in it. That's a pretty good one.
Or like you don't want kids to be able to access drinkable alcohol, for example.
As not a kid, I don't care for them. You know, the natural selection and stuff.
You don't want people to drink and drive and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't really want them to drink and drive.
So you agree that there should be some kind of restriction. We're only arguing about the kinds of restrictions we want. So
no, as I mentioned, there's a difference between you controlling someone else's body and you controlling their effects on the world. So, for example, the reason why I don't want people to drink and drive is because cars are a fucking weapon. The thing is, if you think about it, in a lot of scenarios, a car would be even more dangerous than a handgun. That's why we have regulation in place, for example, for people to drive. You can't go to a shop and just buy a handgun, just like you can't go to a shop, buy a car and start driving it already. No, you need a driver's license, just like you need a firearm license if you want a handgun. Regulation, it makes sense. When it comes to me not having a lead in my ethanol, the reason why I don't want lead is because it doesn't say it has lead. The regulation would come in place in the form of the fact that, like, if you want to claim that your alcohol is for human consumption, for example, then you can't add lead into it. If you, however, want to make alcohol with lead, you can do it as long as you don't claim it's for human consumption. We basically want as many things to be as legal as possible, but at the same time we want to limit the effect on other people. So it's more about what you are claiming you are doing and what effects you have on other people's lives. That's kind of the whole point of this whole society thing. It's basically, there are certain cases in which each action requires a certain amount of freedom for each individual and impacts a certain amount of freedom for other people. So, for example, if I don't know, drink some poison, then this is my own free personal choice, but that won't really affect other people quite as much. However, if I decide to release some airborne poison, then that will affect me as well as other people around me, because I'm gonna poison them. And so the whole point of laws is that you want to limit the danger other people experience by your actions as much as possible, whilst also not limiting the delicate balance of laws. Some of you restrict of an effect on the wider society as a whole.
I don't know. Most like my entire opinion comes from the standpoint that I believe that most humans are stupid AF, and I also believe that I am too stupid AF, and I don't know everything, and I
Make
believe
it. You
that
are assuming everyone can be trusted with dangerous substances, though. The sad truth is, people are very not. That is when the control restriction everybody comes in. Next to the stuff. Theo, alcohol is not really a dangerous substance, and the reason why it's not a dangerous substance is because we already have no regulations, practically, of the stuff that's even more dangerous. You
that's
need to be
a
18 to buy
problem.
alcohol. How old do you need to be to buy gasoline? With alcohol, I can drink it. I can get drunk, that's true. With gasoline, I can blow other people up. I'm sorry, doesn't that seem like a... Or am I crazy? Oh my goodness, my OBS keeps disconnecting for absolutely no good reason. Give me a second to switch to a different... Alright, there we go. Now we should be back.
Like I think that where we like where our opinions go different routes is when I believe that most people, including myself, are very stupid, and you believe that people are smart enough to make these decisions. So we like to even argue about the stuff we're arguing about. We should first argue about whether people are like stupid or trustworthy.
No, we don't need to argue over whether people are stupid or trustworthy. Because in order to argue that, you would need to first, like, find some kind of framework to figure out what means stupid and what means trustworthy. Which,
Yeah.
tall order. You don't need people to be okay. If everyone on Earth, every single person, all of a sudden decided that humanity should die, and we just nuke ourselves, is that stupid? Genuine question, it's not rhetorical. Like, would you consider that to be stupid?
Not necessarily.
Exactly. If a single person, however, decides that they no longer want to live, would that be stupid?
Not necessarily. However, the state should provide them mental health help
Maybe,
because they
okay.
might.
Not necessarily. If
They
a
might.
single person suddenly decides that they want to sacrifice a tiny little bit of their health for getting drunk, would that be stupid?
Not necessarily.
When does the line come? When do you decide that someone getting drunk is stupid?
I never said that.
We said you want to outlaw hard alcohol, hard liquor.
Like you can like get drunk on a beer. It's just way less dangerous because you drink a lot of water with it and stuff like that, and it's
No,
just a
there are a lot of people who cannot get drunk on beer, actually.
skill issue.
Not a skill issue, quite the opposite, actually. Overskill. Timon, you're talking with a Slavic person, and you want to tell me that you can get drunk on beer?
All right, that is fair.
It's precisely
No,
my
I
point. You all of a sudden you want to decide for people. So, outlawing is different thing than just regulating it. That's precisely what I'm saying, Theo. That's precisely what I'm saying. Outlawing is a hard thing that says that something is legal. Of course, you could make an argument that it is just a difference of academic difference, right? Like regulating is just outlawing certain things. I guess a fair point. But what I'm trying to say here is that you would present a policy which would be outlawing hard liquor. And that means that from then on, hard liquor would no longer be regulated. It would be outlawed. Which is not great. That's pretty bad, because people will still want hard liquor. The only difference is that from that point on, anyone drinking hard liquor would be as much of a criminal as anyone else. Not something you want, because one person drinking hard liquor will be, or selling, I guess. One person selling hard liquor would be just as much of a criminal as another person that's selling hard liquor except with lead in it or asbestos.
You can still say that having the like based on the kind they sell, based on how bad it is for human consumption, you can still make that like one gets like 1 year in jail, the other gets 20 years in jail if they whether they have lead or no. Like
Yeah, it worked out great in America when they decided that cocaine and crack just, had different punishments for them. It really worked out great. For anyone who doesn't know, this is a look up war on drugs. The results are great. America declared war on drugs and kind of lost. But hey, I'm certain war on alcohol will work better. Oh no, wait, America tried that too and also lost.
I don't want to declare war. I just want more regulations because
You don't want
people are
regulation because, as I mentioned, if you outlaw hard liquor, then you are not regulating hard liquor, you're outlawing it. The whole point is that with regulation of a certain thing, you regulate that thing based on different circumstances. So if you outlaw hard liquor, you lose all power over it. Every single person getting it would be just legal. There is research showing that higher punishment of a crime doesn't deter people from doing that crime. Which means there are a lot of things where a lot of research where basically, if you have a certain group of people who, not a certain group of people, if you have some kind of area in which a lot of crime happen, burglary, let's just say, then if you make burglary even more illegal, if you just amp up the punishment for it, that doesn't actually reduce burglary in most cases. Because people who do burglary, well, need to do burglary really often. And they kind of hope on just not getting caught, so punishment doesn't really matter. Outlawing hard alcohol would be really rough, because first of all, once again, from the very basis, as I mentioned, you're not trying to dictate how lives of some people affect lives of other people. You are trying to dictate how lives of other people affect their own lives, which is really, really bad. Second of all, because as I mentioned, the whole point of laws is that you want everyone to be as free as possible. You want them to be as free and unrestricted as laws, but also you don't want them to be. But also you want them to be as unrestricted from other people's actions. So the reason why you need a driver's license in order to drive, it's because it's the best compromise of you having the freedom to drive and also having the freedom from other people killing you when they're driving. So the two extremes of the spectrum would be, on one side, you would have driving outlawed, no one can drive. On the other side of the spectrum, you would have no regulation for drivers, so anyone can drive. And in the middle, the golden compromise is the driver's license. With hard liquor, the one extreme would be lack of any regulation, so hard liquor is free game. The other side of the spectrum would be hard liquor is outlawed, and right now, the happy medium is in between them is the hard liquor is lawful, it is legal. However, you first of all need to be more than 18 and so on, and you can't drive when drinking and so on and so forth. All of these things. That's the happy medium, and you want to push it to the extreme. The war on drugs is still on. And how is it going for them, though? 9% incremental, you lose any control over the flow of it whatsoever. That's precisely what I'm saying. That's basically the difference between the European approach versus the American one. America makes a lot of stuff illegal. Europe makes a lot of stuff regulated. And that's kind of the whole point. And on top of that, by the way, I would just like to mention that I don't drink myself. Like, I'm not arguing it because I like alcohol. I don't drink. I'm just arguing it because, as I mentioned, historically, it has never been great when people decided for other people how they should live their lives, not for the sake of keeping the public safe, only for the sake of just deciding that something is bad or something is immoral. Historically, it has never been great. Then it comes down to trusting your citizens of a certain amount. No. It comes to us trusting ourselves that we want what we want.
I don't know. I don't trust like okay, I know that like it okay, I'm aware that this is probably from a cultural difference, but I genuinely believe that a lot of people are stupid and have no fucking idea of what is good for them or what they want.
I can show you just how bad your argument sounds if you want. Because I think your actual problem is that this is something that you personally dislike. And I can show you how bad your argument sounds to someone who has a different morality than you.
Alright.
Imagine if I said that. Imagine if we created a different law in place. Instead of outlawing hard liquor, we would outlaw transition of just, becoming a trans person in any way. And we just say that people who want to be trans are just mentally ill and they just need help from the state. And instead of, letting them transition, we just get them to therapy and stuff like these. Like the light stuff would still be available. You could still cross-dress and stuff, but no transitioning of any kind.
Alright, this is where I would say that, alright, let's ask what experts would say, and then we conduct research with scientists, psychologists, sociologists, doctors, a lot of scientists who conduct research to ask what would the best be for the individual person. Like, would this like reduce or improve
and scientists
their
would not
health?
tell you. Well, scientists might tell you if it will reduce or improve their health, but they wouldn't really tell you if those people would be like more satisfied with their life. That's not really how it works.
There's literally research that has done that. There's literally research that has already done it. Like that research, like already exists.
You can make research on whether people say that they're more satisfied or say they're more happy, more free. You can do research on that, but every single time you need to define what those terms mean. So how would you evaluate someone being more happy? For example, if you had two scenarios, right? It's called conversion therapy, isn't it? When gay people are... Is it conversion therapy? I always forget.
Yes.
So, wait, is it? Hold on. Okay, so if you had two people, right? Both of them claiming to be gay, and one of them would just embrace it, okay, come out because it just be gay, and the other person would go through a conversion therapy. At the end of it, both of them would claim that they're happy. Both of them would claim that they've actually rediscovered themselves and so on and so forth. So which one would you prefer?
I would prefer a expert actually talking to them, not just as them on the spot. But
okay, expert talking to them. But what are you looking for from this expert? What do you want them to tell you?
I would want the expert to monitor their mental health regularly and actually make a good diagnosis on the state of their mental health.
Diagnosis of the state of mental health, but in what way? Or do you want to figure out how likely they are to be depressed, how likely they are to develop mental disorder?
Yes.
What are you looking for? Okay.
Stuff like that. Whatever. Like, I'm not a psychiatrist, but a psychiatrist could know how to do it, and I would trust the expert.
Psychiatrists wouldn't be able. Yeah, they would be able to tell you how likely they are to develop a mental disorder. Possibly true. They wouldn't tell you how happy, how satisfied, how great they feel. Because that's not how science works. The whole point, the whole big deal why we don't establish an objective morality is because we can't. Science can't tell you what is right, what is wrong. The reason why conversion therapy is worse than people coming out is because conversion therapy is what society forces onto them. It's restricting their own freedom. That's kind of the whole point. That's why we shouldn't do conversion therapy. We don't want to force people to just be straight. Because being gay is not harmful. Someone being gay does not harm me, so they should be allowed, they should be free to be gay.
Yeah, I believe that like the reason I the like okay, I know I'm very unique with this. I know my standpoint is very unique, but the reason I support LGBT plus rights is uh, like secondly it's because I believe it's not harmful for others, but firstly it's because there's a scientific reason to do it, like because science says that if someone is queer, then living as their queer identity and expressing themselves is a natural thing, and science supports it, and that it improves their health, and there's a like very strong science backing this entire thing up.
And you
And
need
I
science to
believe
tell you that if someone wants to drink, then drinking will make them feel better.
on the long term, not just on the short term, but like I also need science to tell me that they won't feel better only for one night, but they will be like they will have a better life quality. On general, it's not like if science tells me that they feel good for one night and then they develop serious issues with their liver, I will like not really. It's like
Okay, and you think that you are the better person to make the call what's more important, that person, right? Like,
no,
if
I do
alcohol
not
destroys
believe
their
that.
liver, but it makes them feel better for one night, then who do you think should make that call? The person drinking or you? Because an expert won't make that
Neither.
call. Expert cannot make that call. Expert can only tell you how much it will affect their liver or how much it will affect their mental health. Expert cannot tell you what's better. Because there is no definition of a word better. It all depends how you define it. So if you say that better means better health, then we should make alcohol outlawed. If, however, you define better as meaning what makes someone feel like more satisfied, what people would prefer, then we should make alcohol legal. Morality. Science will not answer that question for you because there is no scientific definition of better, no general scientific definition. You need to define it for each study yourself. So expert cannot make that call. Therefore, I ask you, who should make that call, you or the person drinking?
I believe a bunch of experts that aren't like some scientists, some sociologists, some a lot of people who can evaluate things, look into way more stuff, and with
Timon, there is
way
no definition of the word better. They can tell you effects of it, yes, but there is no definition of the word better, which means scientists can do all the research you want, and at the end you will have a long list of reasons why alcohol should be legal, long list of reasons why it should be illegal. And you still need to make the call, which reasons do you prefer? Once again, do you prefer a healthier liver, or do you prefer feeling better?
Okay, these aren't the only two aspects
Yes,
that
Aaron,
are
but you
weighing
will
on.
end up with a list, no matter what you do. You will end up with a list of pros and cons, and science will not give you an answer which one is better, because then you would need like an objective definition of the word better.
Alright, then we need someone who can consciously evaluate these pros and cons, spend years and years on evaluating the entire list, and then make a decision, because that person will have spent more time, more thought, more consciousness on making that decision than a random person who walks into the liquor store.
Okay, so if a bunch of people got together, all right, and did the same research on trans, all right, and if they decided that after evaluating all the pros and cons, if they decided that we actually shouldn't have trans people, you would agree that just because they spent a long time on it?
Like your argument is invalid because they have already spent a long time on it, and they
Yeah,
agreed
and they
that
didn't determine if it was better or worse, did they now? They gave the
they
reasons of
did.
pros and cons.
They got them did. There's a scientific agreement that this should all be allowed and supported, and
Yeah, but that is not based on saying it's better. It's based on giving the pros and cons. You can't have a science say shit is better. Oh my god, remember when I was arguing with Tydon? And Tydon said that philosophy assumes a morality. That's precisely the difference between science and the kind of philosophy that Tidon was talking about. Science does not assume a morality, because if you start assuming morality, then that leads to really fucking dangerous consequences really quick. The reason why scientists will not tell you if being trans is better or worse, instead they will give you a link or a list of pros, a list of cons, and let you decide for yourself. Because otherwise, you would need to create a definition of the word better, a general definition, which is really risky.
Listen, the scientific consensus is that for people who are suffering from gender dysphoria, the recommended treatment is transitioning. That's what science says. That's exactly what the scientific consensus is saying. This is the scientific consensus, and I support the
Once again,
current
it
best knowledge of
assumes
science.
something. It does. Okay. What kind of example should I give you? This is rough because I feel like I'm arguing with Tidon again, and it's just really, really rough. The reason why it's so dangerous to go, because this is what basically, this is, I do believe, mechanic that builds anti-scientific sentiment. When people see scientists assuming a morality and then they want to counter that, this is what bears just anti-scientific sentiment. Timing didn't start, so point isn't relevant. Okay, when you have cancer, right?
Yeah.
Then recommended treatment is chemo.
Yeah.
However, I don't know if you noticed that it isn't mandatory. So let's say I got... No, it's not. It's not actually mandatory, no. Let's say I get cancer. All right. What should I do?
Do the recommended treatment.
I should get the chemo. Right, yeah. This is the recommended treatment. This is designed by, people who know a lot about medicine. That's the scientific consensus. However, the chemo treatment isn't better. It's not in general term better. It is recommended because it assumes something. It assumes that people want to live. So now let's say that I got cancer and I want to kill myself. Should I get the chemo then?
Yeah, and also a therapist.
No! That's not how it works. What you are describing is something different. What you are describing is a person, if I got cancer, if I got depressed, and if then I just had a mental disorder which temporarily made me feel like I want to kill myself, which is different. Because in those cases, most of the time, people's terminal goal isn't to kill themselves. They still want to live. They are just suffering and in pain, and they want the pain to end. So their actual objective isn't to kill themselves. Only it is for them to make the pain stop, which is way different. Distinction is important. In that case, if you get a therapist, the therapist, and possibly some other drugs, will make the pain stop, and you will no longer want to kill yourself, because killing yourself wasn't the point, it was the stopping of the pain. And you are omitting that, and that's the problem. Timon, there is no objective morality, there is no such thing as better, no general definition of the word better. The problem is that you assume that your morality, what you consider to be better, is just the right one, the objective one. You can't do science this way. It's really bad. That's unscientific, anti-scientific. You can't go this way, because eventually you will end up getting head-to-head with a person that is not scientifically minded. They will see you make that kind of, moral stance, and then if you claim it to be scientific, then they will just start distrusting science. Because no matter how much scientific research you do, if someone just has a different definition of better, it is impossible to break through, because science has no say there over what you should or shouldn't do. Objective morality is the one I believe in and I think is right. That is your own subjective morality. You should think that your subjective morality is right. That's fine. But it is important to realize that other people have their own subjective morality, and it isn't wrong.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
So, as I mentioned, if you're a cancer patient, and if your option is to get the chemo, and if instead you decide is to kill yourself, then what you should realize is that most of the time, you don't want to kill yourself because you want to kill yourself. You want to kill yourself because you want the pain to stop, which are two wildly different goals. And it is dangerous because this is a symptom of a really, really dangerous line of thinking. When you say that you want hard liquor outlawed, it really is a really dangerous way of thinking. Are you familiar with scientific racism?
No.
Scientific,
yes.
yeah.
No, I misunderstand the question, but yes, I'm familiar with it.
Yeah, it's basically was the line of thinking where people would try to use science to justify racism.
And they failed.
The reason why they failed is, or rather, actually no, let's focus on the fact why they succeeded. Because in the end they failed, but they still convinced a lot of people. So let's talk about why they succeeded. The reason why they succeeded is because they defined better for themselves. They defined what makes someone a better human. And in their definition of the word better, they could have made that case. The problem is, however, that you defining the word better objectively in that way is unscientific. If I define humans as better based on how many limbs they're missing, then I can say that the human with no limbs is best. I can say that. However, my definition of the word better is entirely subjective. And that was the problem with scientific racism. The problem was that they defined the word better and they tried to sell it as objectively right, which it wasn't. It really, really wasn't. And that's how you get to that kind of line of thinking, which you can't do if you're a scientist, or shouldn't at the very least. It's a dangerous hard line to cross. You do not define what is better, what is right, or what is wrong. What is evil, what is good, you don't. It's the hard line in science. You should never cross that line. Because once you do, you assume a morality, which means you either create a religion or I don't even know what, like, philosophy apparently, according to Titan. So a scientist will never be able to tell you if something is right or wrong. Scientists will tell you, we do have medical recommended treatments because they are assuming that people want to live. And usually that's a pretty fair assumption to make because the danger is dying and not the danger, only the punishment is dying and the dangers are very few in comparison to death. However, with stuff like alcohol, it is much more subtle because this is not you feeling better for one night and then just dying immediately. No, this is you getting better for one night, feeling better for one night, and then damaging the organ that is famous for regenerating. I feel like that's the problem. You just don't realize the fact that there is no objective right answer. What about video games? With video games, you could also you could also get some scientists to study it. You could also make a list of pros and cons, and you could also give someone 20 years to decide which list is right. You could do the same thing. But what if that person then decides that video games are wrong? Because, they make everyone in the long term unproductive, which leads to worse life or something.
Yeah, there have been research done on video games, and so far the research says that they are actually in a moderate consumption. They are actually better for the mental health.
Not fucking better. Stop using that word. Okay. I don't. Hold on. To everyone watching, am I the one taking sane pills in Crazy Town or crazy pills in Sane Town? Because I am losing it.
You're taking crazy pills in Crazy Town.
What do you mean when you say something is better? What do you mean?
Okay, like in the previous example, by better I meant improve mental health.
Okay. All right, improvement the health. In which example is the alcohol games one?
The what?
The alcohol example or the games example?
The games example.
Okay, in game example you say it's better because it improves mental health. Now, is the goal of laws to improve all of our mental healths? Is that the goal of laws?
Not the only goal.
Okay, so let's say.
But
that
you need a good mental health to be productive. So
all right, all right.
if you're
So let's say that research comes back, and it turns out that pros basically boils down to better mental health, cons boils down to being more productive.
no,
Which
because
one should you
need
pick?
you need better mental health to be
I know that's why I'm
productive.
oversimplifying it. Let's just say that even with worse mental health, you'll still be more productive. Which one should you pick? Which one is better?
That's an excellent question. That is a highly oversimplification. I cannot, and even if it was a way more, no, you give them way more nuanced example. I am not qualified to uh, make a stand on that. Like,
No one is, because there is no definition of the word better that's general. There is
But
no
some people
human on the earth to make that call of what's better mental health or productivity. No human can make that call for anyone other than themselves. That's the point. Oh my god, there's an alarm on my phone.
it's like I know that no one is like qualified, but some people are still even more less qualified than
Second,
others.
I'm
And
going.
like,
My alarm was going off. Some people are more qualified than others. Okay, who would be more qualified to make that call and who would be less qualified?
experts who have studied a group of experts who have studied things like sociology and psychology.
Okay,
And,
you have one group of experts which studied sociology, the other one that studied psychology, whatever. You have all these groups of experts. Don't you realize that in none of these studies, none of the experts, none of the teachers, no one will still tell you what makes something better? You do realize that, right?
like I would ask them to, all right, you two get together, get working, and come to a consensus on what is better.
From my opinion, make it more right. Better is a social construct. That's precisely my point. It goes even beyond the social contract. Better is just a morality, an individual subjective morality, and you cannot find the objective answer to it. You can't. We have like, at this point, because we're doing research into AIs, we have like proof that you cannot have an objective morality. Simply, the fact that we can make AIs is proof that we cannot have objective morality. No matter how much research you do, Timon, you will never find the right morality.
I know. But listen, my entire viewpoint, every single argument I make, everything boils down to the fact that I don't believe that humans are smart enough creatures to decide for themselves. I generally don't believe that humans are like smart enough creatures to do like
orthogonality thesis then. All right, orthogonality thesis. We're doing this. This is the orthogonality thesis. Tells you that if you imagine like two axes, one axis representing the goals, so different, let's call them moralities for now, moralities of what you have. The other axis representing intelligence. What orthogonality thesis says is that you can pick any point on this plane, any goal, so any morality with any intelligence. Okay, so you can have someone really intelligent who just wants to stack rocks, or you can have someone really dumb who wants to, I don't know, just build Dyson spheres or whatever.
Yeah.
Any point works. What you are basically saying is that if you go far right enough, if you have sufficient intelligence, then you can determine which moralities are good and which are bad. Or in other words, what you are saying is that if you go far right enough, this entire field will like converge. There will be a single point, or at the very least, it will be smaller. Which is simply not what happens. Because you can pick any point. That's the whole thing. You assume that if you do enough research, you will get an answer to what is better. But you won't. You can't.
Like there is a reason why there are like if you they have done studies and people with higher levels of educations tend to be less homophobic, for example.
Yeah, precisely because there's freedom. That's what I'm saying. Precisely because they realize there's no morality. Timon, this is exactly what I'm saying. If someone decides that if you're smart enough, then you will figure out that, like, holy shit. Let's replace it for a second, and instead of scientists, let's say you have another person who just believes in politicians, okay? You believe in scientists, they believe in politicians. Why? Because they consider politicians as scientists of sorts. You know, they've been in office for however many decades, so they must know their stuff. So that other person would trust the politicians to make the call of whether people should be straight or gay. That's the whole point. They are assuming immorality, which is the big no-no of science. You can't do that. The reason why... Have you noticed that scientists are more inclusive, less homophobic, but they are not more straightphobic? They are not against straight people. They are just fine with people deciding for themselves what sexuality they want. That's precisely what I'm saying. Scientists are more inclusive precisely because they assume less and less, as more you go on in science, they assume less and less of an objective morality. That washes away. And so, in the end, you cannot make the call of what's better or what's worse. You can only talk about the societal effect. But the societal effect still won't be better or worse. That's why we do politics with policies. Because science just straight up cannot tell you what's better or worse.
But they aren't just less homophobic, they are also more supportive of the community, meaning they are believing that homophobia is morally wrong.
I'm gonna lose it.
They believe that, and
yes,
so
they do as people. However, science will not tell you that homophobia is morally wrong.
No, science will only tell you that letting gay people live their life is what is better for both society and for the individual.
Not better. Again, let's say that you want, let's say that you're a ruler and you want to create 1984, right? You just want to create your own 1984 society. And then you get a bunch of your researchers to just come up with something. And they come back with results that increasing the levels of homophobia will lead to people fighting each other. And then you can divide and conquer. Those scientists then will tell you that homophobia is better. Because you just assumed a different morality. The reason why we consider homophobia bad is because we don't like hating other people based on stuff that doesn't actually ruin our lives in any way. That's why homophobia is bad, because people assume their morality onto others. That's precisely why we consider it bad. Objective morality sounds like an oxymoron, because it is an oxymoron, from a scientific point of view at the very least. You cannot answer you cannot create a general definition of better using science. And that's not like a minor thing. That's a biggie. That's a really, really big point. There's no such thing as a species-wide concept of morality, right? Too diverse in that. Yes, there is the best compromise. You are correct. In the form of laws. That's why democracies function so well. It's because democracies are looking for that best compromise, you know? If most people vote on it, it's a solid compromise. And I don't know if you've noticed, but we create laws by voting on them and not by doing research. What's more, sometimes we do both. We do research and then vote on them. But that's the point. You cannot just have the research, because the research will never tell you if something is better. It will just tell you what the effects, what it will do.
Do you know the middle ground fallacy?
No.
It's basically a logical fallacy, like any other one, and it's the assumption that the middle ground is always better, or at least a good option.
What does that have to do with anything?
You just started talking about the middle ground.
No, I
And
started talking
like,
about compromise.
yeah, exactly. Compromise is just a middle ground fallacy.
No, it's not. It is absolutely not. I can tell you. I can explain to you with functions if you want. Would you like me to explain it to you with functions?
Yes, I do.
Okay, if you have some kind of policy, okay, you know what, let me just do it with Desmos, because that's simple. That is going to be much simpler to do it with Desmos. Okay, so let's say that we have some number, whatever that number says, amount of sheep, I don't know, the legal age of drinking, whatever. Some kind of number, right, that we want to make a policy around. And let's say that we have e to the negative 1 x squared divided by s, and then x plus p, simply because... Does it work? Okay, lovely. Now let's say that we have one group of people which has views like this on this number. They think that the perfect value would be 1.3. That's, in their opinion, the perfect value, but they are fine with another compromises. And you have another group of people which... whatever. And you have another group of people which thinks that the perfect number would be, in fact, 8.9. Okay? You have these two groups of people. And they both hold these views. Now, in order to pick, like, you could combine them in some more complex ways, but let's just say that the fair combination would be just adding the two together. Now, as you can see, the middle ground would be around 5. And it is bad. It is really, really bad. However, the compromise would be 1.30219. This is the compromise. This is the best one that works for both parties. Of course, you could combine them in a more sophisticated way. I know you could multiply them together, and then the compromise would be 4.28, and so on and so forth. Depends on the combination, of course. Depends on your view. But the whole point is that that's how compromises work. You don't always pick the middle ground. You pick the thing that's the best for both parties, or however many parties there are. So that's why what I just described, and that's why compromise is not the middle ground. It is not. Mathematically speaking, if you describe it in terms of this kind of value functions, you will obviously, once again, what matters is how you combine them, because you can combine them in different ways, but that's irrelevant. That depends on the implementation, depends on what exactly you are talking about. So yeah, first of all, compromise is not middle ground. Second of all, what does that have to do with anything? As I mentioned, what I am discussing is that science will not give you a general answer to the question of what is better. It won't. Hi Rashad, hi, welcome, haven't seen you in a while, hi. I'm taking notes for you about. Saying that science, or assuming that science can give you the answer of what's better, is so dangerous. So dangerous. Because you can support any worldview with science. Any you want. Remember when we were talking with Tefta, when I was talking with Tefta, and we were talking about morality. I know you were here. And Tefta said that one thing he really likes to do is ask people what's their worldview. That's like a great conversation starter, in his opinion. Because that tells him a lot about the person.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Do you remember why Tefta asked people about their worldview?
I'm not sure if I was here at that,
Well, it's because Tefta asked people about their worldview because it tells him a lot about the person, because then he can tell if someone realizes that they have a worldview. Basically, it tells him if they realize that their opinions are opinions and not facts. So, for example, I can say that I believe that more money should be given to scientific research, for example, more public money. That's a policy that I genuinely hold. But it's not an objectively right one. That is my personal subjective morality at play, creating this, leading to me wanting to give more money to public research. It's not an objectively right one, though. And with science, you would never be able to support that. You never objectively support it. You would be able to give the pros, actually not even pros and cons, because pros and cons also have some morality. It would just give you the effects of that policy. And that's it. That's all that science would do.
okay, like I believe, like I am aware that what I said is like my personal morality and way of thinking, and I'm like I can see why you disagree with me, and like I'm okay with that. Like,
But science will never give you the answer to morality. That's important. Important to realize. No matter how many scientists you get, no matter how much resources you give them, no matter how much time you give them, they will never tell you what is better about anything. Absolutely anything. Because they can't. You need to, because what you need to do is you need to define the word better for them. Then they would give you the answer. However, in order to define the word better, you need to use your own subjective morality. Which is why, if you want to say that, I don't know, you believe that hard liquor should be illegal, then you can believe that, but that is not a good policy. That is just a policy you want. And because of that, and the real pickle here is that, as I mentioned, law is all about the balance of the two freedoms. You want to be as free personally, on one hand, and on the other hand, you want to not you want to as free personally and as free from the effects of other people. The two freedoms of law. And the thing is, with your policy, you are just restricting someone's freedom, not because you want to not because you want to be safer yourself from their effects, only because you just want to influence their lives based on your own morality.
not my own morality. Like I want it based
I'm going
on.
to lose
like,
it.
I just listen.
If you say that you
I
want it
just
based on the
believe-
research, I'm gonna end the stream.
I'm not gonna say that because when I said that, you didn't really understand what I meant by that. So I'm gonna rephrase that. I wanna base like instead of people deciding for themselves on every matter, even on matters they don't understand, I want experts to decide for them. Yes,
Assuming morality, I swear I'm gonna lose it. Time it. Let's pick just not general question, specific example. Hard liquor. Do you realize that experts deciding for other people will not do that? The science will get really overshadowed by the morality of these experts. Do you realize that? Do you realize that experts deciding if hard liquor should be outlawed or not still requires some kind of morality in place? And just with
Yes.
pure science, you won't get an answer. Okay, so with that in mind, let me ask you a question. What makes you think that your morality is right enough to enforce that on other people?
like no one's morality is objectively good.
That
It's
is my
just-
point! Nothing about your morality makes it right enough to enforce it on other people, because it's subjective, just like every other morality in existence. And that's why you shouldn't force people to do something that won't affect you. Because what you are basically saying then is that your morality is more important than their morality. Like, your right to feel good that you saved someone else's life is more important than them wanting a drink.
I don't want to feel good about myself. Like,
Then what the fuck is would the purpose of that law be?
so that, like, for example, hospitals would need to deal with less people poisoning themselves with alcohol and or like
What, saving money? That's your upside to it, huh?
like, so then more money go to people who are actually needing help, that with like avoiding like problems like this, because like
Hey, I mean, if we're saving money, then why stop there? Maybe we should take away electricity from people. You know how much, like, reckless use of electricity, like, it causes fires, it's expensive, pollutes. How about we have the state, the government, mandate what the electricity can be used for, so that I know,
exactly,
electricity.
I support that.
Yeah, so for example, people who aren't working wouldn't be allowed to have computers, because I mean, what they need those for? Waste of electricity. For example, I don't know, people who aren't productive, let's not give them any homes as well. I mean, come on, we're wasting home on those people who aren't productive. We should only give homes to people with jobs.
Okay, I don't agree with that one, but I agree with, like, for example, not natural resources.
I'm gonna lose it. I am just going to straight up lose it. Timon, you just said you agree with the first one, you don't agree with the second one, right? You notice how you agree with them? It's not like objectively right, it's not scientific, it's just you agree with one, you disagree with the other. Do you realize that limiting alcohol, once again, would be just something you agree with? It wouldn't be right, it wouldn't be scientific, it would be just something you agree with.
Yes.
Then why do you keep bringing experts into it? Experts would either just would give you the claims, would give you the effects of it, but it's still a matter of if you like those effects or if you dislike them. That's what it all comes down to.
So far, all right. So far, I believe that, like, personally, my opinion is that this thing should be regulated way more. But I don't want to make the law because I'm not qualified to make the law. I want experts to make laws on this and decide. And if, like, the experts, and I will trust the experts. There's one personal opinion on what before, like, any research done that is my personal opinion, and that is also me waiting for some expert to say some shit. And I really wish that experts had way, way, way more influence on society.
You're switching your argument right now. You're switching your argument. You are going from experts should decide to right now we should do research on policies before we implement them, which is a way different argument. This is the equivalent of someone starting the argument with, well, not equivalent. Obviously, I'm going to do hyperbole because it's always easy to bring up Nazi hyperbole when I need to show like how stuff is dangerous. This is the equivalent of someone starting the argument with only the Aryan race should be allowed in Germany to then switching to, I think we need more diversity for white people. You're switching the goalpost. So I can't let you switch the goalpost because the argument of we should do more research on public policies before we implement them is fucking obvious. So instead, let's go back to the argument you started with, which is, if I'm not mistaken, that the example you provided was that if you just examine the effects of hard liquor on people, if you get some experts, if you give them enough time, then they will be able to tell you if that policy is right or wrong, if it's correct or not. That's the example I do believe. I think you mentioned a single expert in 20 years, but let's be charitable, some experts and give them enough time and resources. Which just won't happen. No reason why the expert's morality is more correct than yours, because there is no such thing as more correct morality. That's precisely what I'm saying, yes. Thank you, Ta. Let me give you an extreme example, Timon, okay? And maybe then you will understand. Instead of experts, let's say you have an AI, alright? A really intelligent one. Just the most intelligent we could make. We give it all the data, all the resources, all the time it wants, and we program it with a goal of, we want every human to be as satisfied with their life. And we'll measure the satisfaction by just asking them, okay? We give them all of that. Now let's say that the AI crunches the numbers, and it figures out that the best way to achieve that would be to kill you. Only you. Not everyone else gets to live, you specifically. Would you agree with that?
Like, it's an AI, so no. I used to believe in it, have high hopes for AIs. Then people started calling ChatGPT and crap like that AI, and now I like the past.
You're focusing on the wrong thing. Hyper intelligent AI, it is really good at predicting the future, and so it's let's even say perfect at predicting the future. We somehow achieved that. So even non-AI, a simulation, and we figure out that the best way for everyone to live at their mathematically highest satisfaction, right, defined previously, so I can say that, would be for you to die. Would you agree with that?
Okay, so let's say it's not an AI but a fairy godmother who knows more because like I believe in more
Even
in
fine, whatever. Yeah, let's say that. Would you agree with that or not?
I would
You would. So you would just die then.
like for the sake of like everyone
Now, do you
or
know
like I
why
think that
you would die?
mm,
Do you know why you would die? You would
uh
die because you think that it is better for everyone else to live a better life, even if you die. However, now let's say that we crunch the numbers, except instead of you having to die, it's me. And let's say that I say no. I don't want to die. I don't want to die for everyone else to live well, you know. Does that mean I'm evil? Or bad? Or not a good person?
no.
Exactly my point. You can see that right here you have the same exact thing, except with two different moralities. It's either good or bad, either a good or a bad choice. The same thing would go with hard liquor. Scientists wouldn't tell you if something would be a good thing or a bad thing. They would just tell you the effects of it. And it still would be up to the individual to decide if what action would be better. What effects do you prefer? And so what you basically were saying is that if you give scientists enough research, enough time, enough resources, then you would basically claim that they would solve morality, which will not happen.
I'm not saying solve, I'm just
Isn't
saying
making
they would
explaining communism right now? No, fucking the other side. That's how people get misunderstandings about communism, actually, and all like science skepticism. Well, science skepticism, I guess, isn't bad, but science distrust in science, so on and so forth, because they see other people say some stuff like, "Oh, we should just let the scientists decide for us," and when the scientists come up with something that these people do not like, then they are told to accept that, even though they disagree with the effects, not the research. And that's what breeds that's like one of the causes for science distrust and so on and so forth. I'm gonna lose it.
I was brought up in a extremely homophobic household, and then someone smacked a scientific paper in at me, telling that look at it like science supports this, and I was like, all right, if science supports this, I do too, and that is what's changed me, and yeah.
I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. You can't have science tell you an objectively right morality, because then you will need to have an objectively right morality. I'm fine. Fine. Science and anything social is pseudoscience. Not quite. The problem, Ashad, the problem there is that what Timon is describing would be pseudoscience. Science on social stuff can be real science if you just don't assume stuff to be good or bad. For example, if you're just trying to predict what certain policies will do, then you can do social science. You can take the evidence, you can create the model, you can test the model, and you can have different models which predict the effects at different accuracies, which would be very scientific. I'm gonna lose it. What about political science? If done correctly, if you are just trying to study the effects of policies and create some kind of model for it, yes, you are doing science. You then need to specify all the terms, you need to figure out the error, you need to do all these things, but yes, in that case, you can have political science be a science.
The only reason I hate arguing with you is because you get so distressed about them, and I genuinely feel like bad for you, and I genuinely like. I
Because it's a
just don't.
big deal. Timon, you know how I am quite tolerant of worldviews. You know how we have the Discord basically oscillates between right wing. We have also extremely right wing people, extremely left wing, progressive, conservative. We have a lot of people, and I don't ban anyone. Basically, the only times I've banned people is when they joined in and started spamming midget porn or something. Like, those are the only times. The reason why I am so tolerant is precisely because because I realize that everything is so relative. In order for me to ban someone because they say stuff I don't like, then I would have to either A, assume that what I believe is objectively right, or B, be a little bitch and pretend like I am not fucking, I don't know, like I'm too weak to accept that someone has different opinions than me. But the problem is that because of those beliefs, when you get to, when I start arguing about stuff, the only times I argue about stuff is not like morality or what's more right or wrong, it's scientific. And it is scientific to say that you cannot have an objectively right morality. Because so far we have a lot of research showing that you can't, that research being basically the entire field of AI science. Because AIs wouldn't work if increasing intelligence would converge upon certain goals. It just wouldn't. We wouldn't be able to make any AIs. Because AI specifically depend on us increasing the intelligence with different goals. That's why you can have different AIs for different things. And what you basically say would go against the orthogonality thesis, and then it would mean that with enough intelligence, you converge on some goals. Even not a single one, but some. Which is simply doesn't happen. It's not a matter of opinion, it's not a moral argument, it's a scientific one. That's why I get so worked up about all of these. This is because this is the equivalent of someone, I don't know, telling me that electromagnetism doesn't exist. Like, if you have a better theory, then go show it, but you know what, maybe I should have asked. Timon, do you have a better theory than what we currently use to teach AIs? Better mathematical than, you know, basically it would be calculus. Do you have a better theory than calculus?
I don't really know much about AIs.
Yeah, that's why I boiled down. Do you have a better theory than calculus in mathematics? You know, with the derivatives, partial derivatives, so on and so forth. Do you have a better one than that?
Better one for...
Yeah, because as I mentioned, that's what we use for AIs. We use calculus. This is just like a function which then you change it based on the result. Long story short, it is just like practically applied calculus.
Calculus is pretty neat. I like calculus.
So do you have a better theory than calculus?
Like for AIs or for like what?
There is no difference. If there was a better theory than calculus, then we wouldn't teach AIs using calculus and derivatives.
Calculus is just a tool. Like it's a tool like a hammer or something. Like
That's how models usually tend to work, yes. Like Maxwell's equations are also just a tool. Electrodynamics is just a tool. Chemistry is just a tool. General relativity is just a tool. Computer science is just a tool. That's usually how it works. That's why I'm asking. Do you have a better theory than calculus?
Like, are you asking if, like, for example...
So, for example, classical mechanics is worse at describing gravity than general relativity. That's why general relativity is a better theory for gravity than classical mechanics. And what's more, you can say better there because you defined what better means. Better meaning accuracy at predicting the future given the model. That's how we usually define better for scientific theories, which is another example of how you need to define a word in order for it to apply, and with better you need to define morality in most cases. No, actually, in all cases even. I thought it was linear algebra, but I won't interject. In mathematics, the line gets blurry between linear algebra and calculus once you realize that, like, you can describe derivatives. The long story doesn't matter, irrelevant, different story.
No, please do.
If you don't have a better theory, then you have to accept that higher intelligence does not result in better morality. It's paradoxical on its own because better morality would suggest that, you know, better requires definitive morality, so that's paradoxical also. With that in mind, you have to realize that you cannot just make, like, an argument without the morality in it. You need some kind. And that's why democracy is important. That's why we really like democracy. Is because you can say that most people are idiots. However, in order to do that, you also need to assume a morality. Because you may think that most people are idiots, when in reality, most people just do stuff they want, and they just want different things than you. That's a possibility. That's why I believe that most people aren't idiots, in fact. I think they just want different things than me. If someone wants to, I don't know, just, I am a workaholic. I love working, love being productive. But if someone just doesn't want to work at all, then I don't think they're idiots. They can just have a different goal than me. Do you understand that?
Yeah,
Okay, now, do you understand how outlawing hard alcohol, purely based on science research, would be the exact same thing? You're just assuming your morality onto everyone else. Do you realize how you cannot create a public policy based on scientific research and scientific research alone? You always need some kind of morality. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay, so with that in mind, do you understand how outlawing hard liquor is not a scientific thing, is not a scientific argument? You cannot make that call purely based on science alone.
I believe that you should force some morality on others, like for example, outlawing hate speech, you know.
Okay, so to make sure I heard that correctly, did you just say, I believe you should force some morality on others? Remember earlier on when I said that you have to be careful because in the future some people make some, you know, movies or songs or musicals about you, and people who say, you know, shit like you should enforce some morality onto others usually aren't on the right side of history. They usually get the villain monologues.
I mean, depending on what morality they are trying to, people who are trying to outlaw hate speech don't tend to end up on the right.
Let's just focus on one thing. Do you agree that you cannot create a public policy without some kind of assumed morality?
Yes.
All right, question number 2. Do you agree that in science, all science arguments happen without any general morality, any objective morality?
Yes.
Okay, given those 2 things that you agree on, do you realize how creating a public policy of outlawing hard liquor cannot be done without first defining some kind of morality? Therefore, it cannot be done by science alone. Do you realize that?
Yes.
Okay, then do you realize that outlawing hard liquor wouldn't be a scientific call made by experts? It would be your morality that you enforce on everyone else.
If I did it, it would be my policy. If
an expert did it, yes, then that would be experts' morality, not the researcher morality. That's true. But do you realize that?
Yes.
Then, finally, my goodness, we got here. Fucking hell.
My opinion still doesn't change.
What the fuck do you mean it's the same? You literally said that if you give experts enough time, they can create a better policy.
Yes.
That is opposite of what you just said.
No, it's not, because as I said, just if you spend more time on there isn't objective morality, but if you listen, there isn't an objectively good or bad morality, but there's still some vague stuff, public healthcare being better than genocide, for example.
But that once again assumes morality. The reason why we have democracy in place is because we want to figure out the average-ish morality of a human to make that call. The call of what is better, healthcare or genocide, is still not a call that should be left up to science, because science will not give you an answer. Instead, we should do research on that to figure out what these policies will result in, and based on those results, we should do a public vote.
Public is an idiot. We should try to.
What better vote would you prefer then, if not public? I'm curious.
Excellent question. First, I believe you should educate the public before letting them do anything, because public is dumb shit.
Sound like a dictator, Tywin. Yeah. Because that's how dictatorships function, as I mentioned. Usually you have a leader who has their own kind of morality, their own goals, and then they tend to just do research to figure out how to achieve those goals.
All right, and every I've already stated this before, I believe every existing system will lead to dictatorship. The only difference is time. So
I don't care about that. What I care about is the fact that you started the argument by saying that if you give experts enough resources, time, and just if you give experts enough, they will be able to create just a better policy. And then you agreed that if you give experts enough resources, they will not be able to create a better policy. And then you pretended like you didn't change your mind, or like those two claims aren't just exact counters of each other. So explain to me, Timon, how experts, given enough resources, can create a better policy, and how they cannot at the same time. I am thrilled to find out.
Listen, they can create a better policy. It's just still not be a best policy, because it will still contain some objective morality, but that will
so they can create a better policy. What you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to it then. Let's go back to the three questions I asked before. First of all, do you realize how science cannot create anything objectively better, because you first need to assume a morality? Do you realize that?
Yes.
All right, great. Second of all, do you realize that when scientists will be trying to figure stuff out, if you don't give them morality, then they will only give you like a list of effects?
Yes.
Okay, third of all, do you realize that in order to implement a policy, you need to pick which one of these effects you want?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now combining all of these together, do you realize that in order to create a policy, you need some kind of morality? Doesn't matter how much research you do.
Yes.
Okay, alright, cool, neat. So what you basically agreed to right now is you agreed that science alone without any morality will not result in any policy.
Yes.
Right after you said that if you give scientists enough resources, they will create a better policy.
I mean, if I tell them that don't just do your research, but also create a policy out of it, they, like, you should also tell them that
then you will need some morality in there.
If I tell the cleaning person to clean the windows, they won't mop the floor. But if I tell them to mop the floor as well, then they will mop the floor as well. Like,
okay, I'm gonna give you a graph to help, because maybe. So you want a policy, correct? Okay, you have policy. You have scientists right here, and right here you have a you with your own morality. Now, what scientists will give you is they will give you some effects. Okay. So what they will give you is they will give you, just like, actually, let's do that straight. There we go. What scientists will give you is they will give you this. They'll give you effect without the policy, effects with the policy. Then this is what scientists can make. Then what you will do is you will take those boxes, okay? You take those boxes, there we go. And based on them, you decide, you make your own decision, right here represented in yellow, and you decide which one becomes policy, okay? Now, no matter what you do with the experts, they can only go this far. They cannot cross that line. They can only create these two boxes. No matter what you do, they cannot create the yellow line, because the yellow line requires a decision of morality. You want to decide which one is better. So, with that graph in mind, Let's see what would happen if you had only the scientist, okay? If you have only the scientist, you have them create, right, the two boxes, the green one and the red one. So they create, they create the test for the two options there, right? What happens with the policy, what happens without the policy. And now, how do you decide which one should you pick? Using only science, no morality. How do you decide that?
I asked the scientist.
You ask the scientists how you decide. Okay, so what they do is, let's just say that you are really lucky, and they only come up with... Actually, how do they decide? That's a good question. So you ask the scientists to decide for a method to pick. So they create some amount of methods, like, let's just say 500 of them. They create 500 different methods of picking. Okay, if you pick the right method, then using this method, you can pick the right policy. How do you decide which of the 500 methods do you use for picking the policy?
I asked the scientist.
Okay, so you ask the scientist, great. So scientists create a theory for how you would pick a method for picking the method. And so they come up with a bunch of different ones, like let's just say 500. How do you decide which ones of these do you pick to describe which one of these do you pick to describe which one of these do you pick?
I just scream at the scientist to give me a color, red or a green.
That's the point. You can't. It will keep going forever.
I don't want the scientist to tell me what method I can choose from. I want the scientist to choose for me.
But then that's not a scientific decision. Then you might as well ask a McDonald's worker for that, or you might as well ask Donald Trump.
But
because because science won't help you with that decision.
No, the scientists, because they created the list, they did the research, they know about that way more about that topic than anyone else does. So if they are the most familiar with that topic,
But it won't be a scientific decision.
It won't, but they are still the most qualified.
Okay, good. You have two policies. You have a policy of genocide, right? And you have a policy of healthcare. Green is healthcare, red is genocide, okay? You ask the scientist, and scientist tells you genocide. Do you implement that policy?
I don't want to be a lawmaker, because I am...
You would implement genocide. Because there is a possibility that the scientist is just a sociopath who wants to just kill off humanity. Why not? They just had that dream since they were a little kid. They wanted to kill off all of humanity. You would pick the genocide in that case.
Like all of all of the scientists,
they're all sociopaths. That can happen. They're all sociopaths, and they all agree that you should kill off humanity. Do you kill off humanity then?
I would probably try to see the reason why, and if
the reason why is because they told you that you should. You asked the scientist told you. If you want to see their methods, there will be no method, because once again, you cannot just create a method because if you want a method, then you need to go through the infinite spiral of 500 methods. So instead what you said is you asked the scientist, and scientists answered. They told you they want genocide. So you implement that, right?
I would probably ask, if the law that they are trying to implement sounds like stink really, really bad, then I would probably...
Oh yeah, for them it sounds really good, because as I mentioned, they want to kill off humanity, so to them that sounds great.
That's why you can use independent research and stuff like that.
Yeah, and you asked, okay, independent research, that's great. So you ask the independent researchers, and it turns out, whoa, independent researchers also happen to be sociopaths, and they also decide that the red one is great, that genocide.
All the goddamn scientists in this goddamn planet agree that all of humanity should die out, I will be like, okay, whatever.
I'm gonna lose it. You know where you would go with this? Eventually, if you keep going with this independent research, you would ask not only scientists if they're okay with the idea, but you would ask everyone on the planet.
No, I wouldn't do that. I would only ask, I wouldn't go that far to ask non-scientists.
Why? Why not?
Because people are stupid and scientists are less stupid.
But stupidity has nothing... Timon, two universes, okay? In one universe, you have really smart scientists, sociopaths, who decide that they want the genocide. In another universe, you have really smart scientists, okay, who aren't sociopaths and they want healthcare. You can see how intelligence has nothing to do with what you pick, right?
Yeah, but
Then let me ask you, why do you wanna ask people who are smart? Why not just ask people who are redheads? Why not just ask people who are tall enough? Like, if you're at least 190 centimeters, then you get a say if humanity dies or not. Why not only ask women, or only men, or only children? Why do you want to pick this one unrelated thing and not anything else unrelated? Why intelligence? Hey, why not race? Maybe we should only ask white people. How about that? Why do you only want to go for intelligence?
Because most people can just become smart. Like, most people have the opportunity to become smart, they just choose not to.
Fair point. Let's ask only people with one hand. Or actually, no, with no hands. There. Would that be a fair policy? Then, asking, we want to pick if we want to do a genocide or free healthcare, so we should ask only people with no arms. Anyone can chop off their own arm. Anyone can get a say.
It was learning stuff does not affect you negatively.
Okay, alright. Then let's just say that we only want to ask people. But first of all, only affects you negatively. First of all, that is morality. You need a definition of what's negative or positive. So that is your own moral opinion.
Mental and physical health.
Okay, so we should. Well, they're not really. They're not really objective, but fine, whatever. So how about we only ask people who are healthy? Would that be a fair way to decide?
Actually, that's a great idea. Like, only mentally healthy people get to decide. That yes, 100%. Only mentally healthy people should be allowed to make these decisions with this kind of magnitude. You're making an amazing point there. I love that idea.
Timing. People already did that historically. People already did that.
Like, monitoring the mental health of politicians. Like, they really did that?
No, they already did the thing where basically if you were considered like mentally ill or just not healthy in general, then, well, they even went further than that. They not only removed your right to vote, they kind of didn't consider you to be a citizen or a human being.
Yeah, like, I'm not saying that. Okay, that's like, I'm not saying that removing right of vote or something. I'm just saying that they shouldn't have like a seat in the parliament if they are not if they are like mentally ill and are only there because they want genocide.
But what if the people you end up with do want the genocide? That's my whole point, Timon. I honestly am struggling to figure out how much clearer I could make this for you. You have two possibilities right here, okay? One of them is, so you have two different universes. In one of them, smart scientists decide that you want a genocide. In the other one, smart scientists decide that they want healthcare, okay?
Yeah.
So how come, with your completely valid system, that's totally wrong, how come you get a scientific method which results in two completely different results?
It is not a scientific method because the morality of the scientists are still considered. It just
I'm gonna
instead of
fucking
considering
If not for the fact that I rent this apartment, I would just punch a hole in the wall. Okay, so you just said that it's not a scientific method only because the morality of scientists is important, right? So what you're basically saying is that this doesn't look like this, only it looks like this, with the key morality element for picking.
Yeah,
which is precisely what I've been fucking saying the entire time.
Yeah, but instead of asking like a gazillion people, you can like ask 100 people who know more on the topic. And knowing more on the topic makes
Don't change the goalpost. No. What you started with is that if you give enough resources to scientists, then they will create a better policy. Don't switch the goalpost now. Don't switch the goalpost to selective democracy. No. What you are claiming is not a selective democracy, only pure scientific research which results in a policy. Which means we don't care about asking people. People are irrelevant in this scenario, Timon. You know what?
Yeah.
Actually, this shouldn't stand for scientists. This should just stand for science. Which means, so instead of people, let's do AI. Because that's much better, actually, for this. Because you don't need people to do science. You can just have an AI. So if you have an AI, all right, which decides for a genocide, or you have another AI which decides for healthcare, which one should you listen to? They're both incredibly intelligent and they both did science. Which one should you listen to?
I mean, they are still AI.
Yes.
Like,
More intelligent than any human on the planet. Incredibly intelligent ASI. Which one should you listen to?
Since they don't agree, I would get more opinions from more AIs.
Okay. And as you keep going, then, shocker, big surprise, you get a 50-50. Timon, what you assume goes against the orthogonality thesis. What you are assuming is that given enough intelligence, you converge upon a certain morality, which is just not how this works.
No, I don't say that. I did not say that, okay? I did not say that.
You literally did! It's not...
No.
I'm losing my mind. When you said that scientific research can result in a better policy, then you said that, yes. In order for scientific research to result in a better policy, then that must mean that more intelligence results in a more right morality. Because otherwise, more research would not result in a better policy.
No, listen, alright.
Because
okay.
then the orthogonal thesis would hold.
Listen, it's not exact. Okay.
I don't think. Oh, hold on. Gemma actually got the spot on thing. I don't think two AIs with the same goal and intelligence will disagree with each other. Exactly, Gemma. Two AIs with the same goal and the same intelligence would not disagree with each other. However, those are two AIs with same intelligence but a different goal. And what Timon is saying is that you don't need the goal, you just need the intelligence. Which is really, really objectively wrong.
Like, listen, if you have like if you have a bunch of scientists, then there is a reason. I don't believe that scientists have better or worse morality than than all of humanity. I don't believe that. Let's say that their morality is like the scientists are selected, so they represent the morality of humans. Like it's a representative bunch of scientists, like scientists of every kind of.
I already know where you're going with this, so do carry on. Carry on.
And now, these scientists do their research, and as they do their research, they are not just a representative of the morality, but are also way more well informed than an average person. And because they are way more well informed, because they have spent years on studying that one topic, they can make a more informed decision. And since they can make a more informed decision, this will be a better...
Quick question though. So this will be a better system in your opinion?
Yeah.
Okay. Fine. You think it would be a better system, all right? How would you select like an average morality?
I would just probably like.
I'm curious. Yeah, go on. Curious on the answer.
Just give a bunch of like
just one, yeah.
Quiz, like for example, like a political compass kind of quiz.
I see. Okay. So basically, what you would do, so what you would do is, so you would give those quizzes, but those quizzes cannot be created by anyone, right? Because if you create a quiz, then that someone has to. If someone decides what's left and right. So let me give you an alternative. You ask a bunch of people about their morality. And you take the average. Would that be fair? Okay, so kind of the system you're describing would be a system in which a bunch of people... The only problem is that taking the average is very complicated because, first of all, the middle ground fallacy and all of them. So instead, what you could do is you could take a bunch of people, right? And like a whole bunch of them, just tens of thousands, millions. And then you could have like some scientists right here, each of them representing a different morality. And what you could do is you could have each person decide which scientist most closely represents their morality. And that
Or
way we
I
would have
hate
numerical. That way we have numerical representation of just how rider morality is aligned with the public, and we could,
hate that.
and so
I
like
hate
we could,
this idea.
and
I
so
absolutely
we
hate
could
this
then
idea.
take this and we could call it something like
know
a
where this would
crassy.
result?
It's not quite autocracy. It's not quite technocracy. It would be like oh, in Greek I believe it's demos, right? We could call it a
Nah.
democracy.
It would not. It would not, because it wouldn't be the public voting on who they believe. The public won't vote on who represents their morality best. The public would vote on who they believe would represent their opinion
Oh,
best.
I
So
see. So
they
you have a
would-
better system of selecting the average morality, right?
like any system is better than democracy is based on manipulating sheep. Like any system
So
is
yeah, so
better
you
than
have-
any, like you vote. the
Timon, I have a
person
question
who-
for
and
you. Which country do you think manipulates the public more? France or Russia?
Russia.
Which one do you think is more democratic? France or Russia?
Don't they both call themselves democracy though?
Yeah, just like Hungary. You love your Hungarian democracy, don't you? So tell me, which one is more democratic? I didn't ask which one considers itself a democracy. Ask which one is more democratic. France or Russia?
I don't.
As you know, democratic governments are the ones that manipulate the sheep, right? Because autocratic ones would never do that. I mean, Fidesz would never mislead the public, would it?
No, it's literally just democracy and taking the power. Like democracy.
The thing is, the biggest fault of democracy is that it can cease to be a democracy. That is the biggest fault. So if you want to criticize democracy, fine. However, if you start claiming that anything would be better than democracy, it wouldn't. Because the biggest problem of democracy is that countries can stop being democratic. Switching right to autocracy is just a worse version of democracy. I am going to lose it all. But let's go back to the issue at hand first, because you claimed that you can have a scientific way to determine a better policy without morality. So, with that in mind, if you have these two options prepared to you by an AI, okay, how do you pick which one to implement without morality? AI did the science, created the models, and gave you a list of things that will happen if you implement the policy and list of things that won't happen if you implement the policy. How do you, without morality, pick which one should you implement? Give me your best shot. I'm curious.
I can't really do it. Like that's the whole point.
Yeah, you fucking can't, because it's impossible. Of course you can't. Otherwise, we wouldn't fucking have any AIs right now. If you could do that, then we would basically just scrap every fucking AI on the planet. And I don't just mean the ones that are annoyed, that annoy people. No, AlphaFold would go to hell with it. We wouldn't be able to fold proteins. Every single AI on the planet would go to shit if you could. Because then that would mean that you can converge upon the goal with high enough intelligence, which means that if we keep training our AIs, they will eventually stop doing what we made them to do. If you wanted to have some kind of... If what you're saying is true, then this would mean that it's highly likely that an intelligent AI, an intelligent medical AI, alright, that's meant to perform a diagnosis, the more you train it, the more deadly it would become to humans. It would become extremely likely that would be the case. Which means that if you are correct, then we basically should accept our current mortality rates with current AIs, because making them better we would hit a line where AIs would just get worse and worse. So obviously you can. That's precisely my point. You can't do that. That's why it was so wrong of you, and I don't mean wrong as in evil, I don't mean wrong, I know, I mean factually wrong, of you to say that you can on the very beginning. Because you can't. No matter how much resources you give to scientists, they will not give you a better policy. You need to give them some kind of morality. And the reason why we live in democracies is because in an ideal world, we would have the scientists doing research, and then we have people voting on which effects of this research they would prefer. And the fault we have right now with our societies isn't the democracy, it's the lack of science. But if you just also remove the democracy part, you won't improve the system, you make it worse. In order to have a, like, in this ideal system you're describing, you want two things: democracy and science. Right now we have democracy, we're lacking science. Removing democracy will not help. You know, I'm gonna give you a graph to simplify what I'm saying. Green is democracy, red is science, okay? This is what we want. This is what we have. And what you are suggesting is we bring down the democracy lower to the level of science.
No,
Which won't help. We want to get from here to here. We don't want to bring this down.
To change I want to change those values. I want to like increase science and decrease democracy simultaneously. And by the way, Gemma is making
that's still really fucking bad. Because you know where you will end up if you decrease democracy, increase science? You know where? Elon Musk. That is what happened.
That dude knows nothing about science.
So
that
what?
Is a businessman.
So what? You don't need to know a lot about science in order to use science. It doesn't matter that he doesn't know a lot about science. What matters is that he can have science done. Timon, no matter how you slice it, what you will end up, if you do what you said you want to do, you will end up with Elon Musk. You will end up with someone, because here's the thing. If you just have a lot of scientists collaborating with each other on a certain thing, that's just democracy. That's just democracy with a bunch of scientists. If you, however, want to decrease democracy, increase science, what you will end up is a system that is less democratic, less people have a say over it. However, there is just more science done. You will end up with Elon Musk.
No, but like that guy could do science and still doesn't.
So what? You said you wanted more science. Like it I'm gonna just lose it completely.
Yeah, and, like that guy doesn't listen to scientists at all. That guy just likes shooting stuff into space. That like
you assume that at some point in the process of becoming a scientist, you just all of a sudden gain the insight into the wholly objective morality. You don't.
No, I don't. But like that dude isn't listening to science
Okay, you know
at all.
what? Even hold on, but we keep getting on the side tangents of you wanting to create a technocratic authoritarian dictatorship, which good for you, I suppose. If you want a technocratic authoritarian dictatorship, the world is your oyster. Whatever. The point is that do you realize that with just science you will end up with two options, but science will not tell you which one to pick? Do you realize that?
Yes.
Okay, so now, once again, do you realize that if you give enough resources to scientists, then, or rather, enough resources to science, oh, actually, no, let's go back to it. If you give enough resources to scientists, then as scientists, they won't be able to tell you which policy to pick. They will only be able to do that as people who aren't doing science. Because no matter how much resources you give to science, they will not define morality for you. Do you realize that now?
Yes.
Finally!
But I still haven't changed my opinion. Like,
Earlier on, you gave the example of if you give enough resources to scientists, they will give you a better policy. Right now,
yeah.
I just asked you if you realize that if you give enough resources to scientists, they will not create a better policy. And you agreed.
No, like better in a way. They can make like you ask science, like like you ask if I giving more resources to science, will it give a better policy? It won't. If you do it, give enough resources to scientists, humans
Switching
who
goals
can make
again.
decisions, they will. Also, like I want to like Gemma made some good points that I like. It was longer ago, but I wanted to mention them. The biggest fault of democracy is that people are stupid. 100% agreed, and the probability of an average person being stupid is far more likely than one dictator being stupid. Also agreed because to get to the top, you need to know at least something.
So you think Donald Trump and Elon Musk are smart, right?
No, I
They got
believe
to the
that
top.
people are even more stupid than them, which is like having an entire fucking country that is even more stupid than those two combined is just a big, big proof that humans are so fucking
I just want
dumb.
to say that whenever I talk about science with Tefta says a lot of things about scientists, and every single time I wonder, like, oh, where did you get that from? That's not what science is about at all. And each time I try to explain, like, no, in science we don't try to define morality and so on and so forth. I try to explain all of these things, and I always wonder, like, oh, what kind of like, to what people was Tefta exposed to think this kind of thing about science? And today you answered that question for me. I genuinely did not think there were scientifically minded people who had this opinion of science, who thought that a technocratic authoritarian dictatorship is better than a democracy. I mean, at least from now on, I won't get to wonder about this. Okay. Well, it's honestly, I find it maddening how someone living in Hungary can be in support of an autocracy.
I'm not in support of an autocracy. I'm just saying that since it's inevitable, at least make it as less horrible as possible. Like it is inevitable, I believe. So like you can pretend that you have a democracy for a few years, but then it will fall into an autocracy. Like even the most stable of democracies will. Just watch. Like
Yeah, that is an interesting opinion. Not
yeah,
research, not fact, not theory, not model. Opinion! Curious
like
opinion to have.
like for example, like the democracy in the USA have been like established long ago, and it's crumbling to where like it's like it's speedrunning its way to autocracy. Like it will happen. It's inevitable for each and every democracy to fall into autocracy because people are not smart enough to be
Okay,
trusted with democracy.
what about every autocracy crumbling into a democracy? What about that? What about the reverse?
When did that happen?
I don't know if you heard, but a while back we had this thing in Europe with like a bunch of kings, and we kind of overthrew them and established democracies everywhere. So, yeah.
Alright, that didn't crumble. That was like people voting. Like
Yeah.
that wasn't crumbling. That was crushing it. Like
Yeah, so the question remains, like, why do you think so? If it's
Alright.
not a line, if it's not an arrow going democracy to autocracy, only a cycle of autocracy, democracy, autocracy, democracy, then why should we voluntarily speed it up to be on the side of autocracy?
We shouldn't, but people are still doing it.
You are,
Like,
maybe, I don't know. For any future reference, like, try speaking for yourself with this kind of stuff. Self-fulfilling
like
prophecy is a massive thing, especially in politics and economics.
I'm not speaking for like I'm not saying that I want autocracy because I do not. I'm saying that there are always people who want to turn their country in autocratic dictatorships, and if they really want it, they will succeed because it's not that hard apparently. Like You can just barge in, say the most stupid shit you want, and the stupid sheep will just say, "Oh hell yeah, this guy says the most stupid shit. We should vote for them." And easy, autocracy established. Bada bing, bada boom, democracy crumbled because people are way too stupid to be trusted to know what they want.
Yeah, that's an interesting made up bullshit. Your unscientific belief. It's an interesting unscientific belief. You can't describe. Well, I mean, you can, but you can't be scientific with it. You can't just describe a trend with no proof of it, because you are saying that democracies crumble into autocracies, and completely ignoring the fact that autocracies crumble into democracies. First of all, second of all, that trend can be reverted. It happens all the time. It happened in Poland literally fucking couple of years ago.
Yeah, good for you that it happened in your country, but just your country is a fucking exception. Like most countries tend to go to the
how many countries in Europe have averted turning into an autocracy?
One, Poland.
No, not really. Not really.
Like,
France depends how far back you go, I suppose. But the question of how many autocracies turned into a democracy would be in the dozens at the very least. France did it on multiple occasions.
No,
France switched from a monarchy into an autocracy, into an autocracy, into an autocracy, and then into a democracy.
France is doing this. France has been doing this weird back and forth swinging thing.
Not back and forth. Each time they've been more and more democratic. They switched from a monarchy to an autocracy, to a dictatorship, to an autocracy. Autocracy and dictatorship won't really mean much of a difference, but I mean, with the consuls, it's still, we have to remember that technically there were 3 of them, which I guess wouldn't mean complete autocracy. And monarchy, nice to distinguish because the king. So France, each time, has become more democratic. And it held pretty goddamn strong until they were invaded, only for the people who invaded them to lose. The thing is, this is just a worldwide prisoner dilemma.
On, like, fire again, like...
Yeah, you know why they are on fire? Because they are... No, go on, give me... Why do you think they're on fire?
Because they stopped doing democracy.
So what you're saying is that they stopped doing democracy, someone gained too much power? Is that what you think happened?
I don't really follow it that closely.
Exactly! So... You assume stuff about other countries and you just assume them in a way to fit your personal belief. Unscientific personal belief, and you just made up evidence. You know why France is on fire right now? Because there is too much democracy. It's because the government is so fragmented that they cannot form a functioning government. People voted on... Well, there are 3 major parties, basically. The left, the right, and the centrists. And basically, centrists held a crazy amount of power, but they got so unpopular by doing so much dumb shit that people basically had to polarize. Now, that's had to, not voluntarily chose to. People who were centrists... really didn't want to vote for centrists because the centrist party sucked, but at the same time, they still had centrist beliefs. And because of that, right now, France is struggling, it's the same as Germany, actually, because you cannot form a government that's rock solid enough, because they are so far from an autocracy. This is actually the polar opposite. In autocracy, you have a single person in power. If you don't even have a single political group in power, that is about as far as you can get.
So you're saying that too much democracy bad, some autocracy good.
I'm not saying too much democracy bad. I'm just saying that this is a system that has too much democracy, but the government isn't fit for having that much democracy. If we abolished representatives, then I do believe that democracy in France would function perfectly. Because the problem is that people in France have to choose representatives. And right now, because they really don't want to pick the unpopular representatives from the center, they have to pick from the left or from the right. If, however, instead of picking representatives, they could pick policies, then they could still support centrist policies. And the government would be fixed. Are you forgetting about, by the way, about that you don't need representatives in the government in modern age? You can just have people vote on policies. So how does your theory of autocracies are better because democracies formed to autocracies go there? if we abolish representatives, do you still think that a democracy will turn into an autocracy?
It will be more difficult for sure, but if someone is good enough of explaining people like, yeah, this, I promise that you should vote for this policy. I promise it will be good for you. Just vote for this policy. You don't need to read what it is exactly. Just vote for it. I promise it will be good because I said so. People can still do that, and yeah.
This is so hypocritical, because what you basically said is that everything will end up as an autocracy, so we might as well do it ourselves and set it up right. And at the same time, if a person comes to power and they support a policy which will turn a country into an autocracy, then you have that person, let's call them the manipulator, right? A manipulator who wants to manipulate a bunch of people to turn the country into an autocracy. Let's say that manipulator comes around, okay, and makes public speeches like, hey everyone, our democracy will eventually turn into an autocracy anyway, so we might as well do it ourselves and set it up right. Would you vote for them or not? Or for their policies, rather?
I would not.
Why? I mean, your country is going to turn into an autocracy anyway, so might as well do it right. I think they're speaking pretty reasonable things, don't you?
I believe that you shouldn't advocate for this to like happen.
But you said that every country, every democracy will turn into an autocracy, so we might as well set it up ourselves. You said that, so
like,
why?
You should like try to like make sure that when we inevitably fall, the bottom of the gutter is just filled with soft pillows, so we don't break our every single bone, just every second bone of ours.
Okay. But you do realize that those policies might be exactly what the person setting up an autocracy would want.
Yeah.
That's how you end up with Trump. That is, if in Hungary you had a perfectly functioning democracy, but someone went around and was like, hey, we're eventually gonna turn into an autocracy, so we might as well put some safeguards in place, and then use those policies...
That person would be elected. That one person would be immediately elected.
Exactly. And you support that.
I do not.
But you just said you support the policies. What the fuck, Timon? Timon, your argument is basically, okay, let's imagine that I am right and you are wrong. In that case, I would be right and you would be wrong. The thing is, you just pick which policies you would support based on how it makes you look. So basically, you are arguing for setting up guardrails in case a country becomes an autocracy. But then when I give you an example, you say, oh no, I wouldn't vote for them because then the country would become an autocracy. The whole point is that you don't know if the person suggesting the policies wants to turn your country into an autocracy or wants to secure it. You don't know. That's the whole point.
I suppose it's fair.
Like, the thing is, that's the thing that's so mind-boggling to me. You assume that people are idiots simply because you assume that they go with the same information as you. But they don't. What's more, you assume that people are being brainwashed, the sheep, without realizing that you could be getting brainwashed.
I could. That's why I don't trust myself.
But did you think that maybe you are getting brainwashed into not trusting yourself? Did you think of that? Did that cross your mind?
If that happens,
hey, our glorious supreme leader, I don't trust myself with my own options, so I will let you decide everything for me, because I don't want to get brainwashed. Fucking hell.
No. Listen. Then they succeeded, I guess.
Yeah.
Listen, I genuinely don't trust myself because, like, you know what happens when you let people trust themselves, they will do stupid shit, including myself, because I'm a human.
And so you would rather have someone else do the stupid shit to you than you do the stupid shit to yourself?
No, I would want someone who has better, who has informed better informed and stuff like that.
And we go back to the initial problem. just because they're better informed does not mean they will have a better morality, because that's not how it works. As I mentioned, that's like a scientific fact. That's not how it works.
Listen, we don't know who has better morality because morality is subjective, but having better information is something that you need to make a better decision. And if you can't guarantee better morality, but you can guarantee better information, so at least half of the equation is there. So
Call me crazy if you want, but if there's gonna be a sociopath ruling over me, I would rather they be idiots. I would prefer them to be extreme idiots.
Agreed.
So that's why. So this is basically okay. Analogy time. All right. Science is a tool. Okay. It cannot tell you if something will be good or bad. Morality is the usage of that tool. So if you have a borderline unlimited source of power, you can either turn that into a generator or a bomb. Okay. Now, if you want it to be a generator, you want as much power as possible. If it's, however, going to be turned into a bomb, you want it to have as little power as possible, right? Now, autocracy basically means that the person in charge gets to decide if it's a bomb or if it's a generator. Democracy tells you if people in the country get to decide if it's a bomb or a generator. The amount of intelligence just tells you how powerful it is. So and the thing is, what you are claiming, if you have that person in power, then they single-handedly get to decide. Making them more intelligent could mean a bigger generator, but if you want to hold on to power, do you really think they're going to pick a bigger generator? Or do you think they're going to threaten people with a bigger bomb?
Later.
Exactly. That's exactly what I've been trying to explain to Gemma yesterday or 2 days ago, I don't remember when it was. The ability to get into power, the people we want in power are people who are good at ruling. That's who we want. Good at creating policies, good at stuff like this. If you, however, create an autocracy, people in power won't be the ones good at ruling, only they will be the ones good at getting power.
Yeah. But the people who get power will be the ones who are good at getting power. There's
exactly
people who will run
and
the
that's
marathon
why
will be the ones who are good at
exactly
running the marathon.
And the thing is, in an autocracy, it is more problematic than in a democracy, because in a democracy, at the very, very least, you have this public discussion. At the very least, you have people decide who they want to vote for. That's at the very least. In an autocracy, all that matters is just how good at you are getting power, and the people are removed from the equation. Like in a democracy, if you murder 1,000 people in the street, then you're pretty unlikely to win. That will spread pretty fast. In an autocracy, if you murder 1,000 people in the street, then people are removed from the equation. Doesn't matter. All that matters is how good you are at getting power, and the vote of the people or the confidence of the people, once again, doesn't matter. That's why, by the way, the most stable countries in the world are democracies, and extreme democracies and extreme autocracies. Those are the most stable. So it's basically either democracies in Europe that are really stable, or dictatorships with some valuable material. That's because in those dictatorships, you don't really need people to be productive. You need them to just work in the coal mines or work in the diamond mines or whatever. In democracies, you need people to be productive, which means the country is richer if the people are educated. It means the country is richer if the people are healthy. It means the country is richer if so on and so forth. And if you give them all of that stuff, then they might just straight up overthrow you. If people are intelligent enough, if people are educated enough, if people are healthy enough and rich enough, they can just overthrow you. In dictatorships, you don't want that. If you don't need people to be educated, if you don't need people to be healthy, if you don't need people to be rich, why would you ever give them that if that may lead to you being overthrown?
Yeah.
The fault of autocracies is that they are misaligned with goals. The easiest way to get elected in a democracy is to be popular. The easiest way to be elected, in quotes, into an autocracy is just to get power, and the most powerful kind of power is the military one. That's why autocracies are famous for being horrible places to live.
Yeah.
The thing I've been trying to explain to Gemma is that you always assume, whenever I see people arguing for autocracy, they always assume that the person in power will be just a good ruler, which is not only not quite what happens, it is counter to what actually happens. Because as I mentioned, people in power will be those who are good at gaining power. So, for example, in a well-organized system, who do you want to have more money? Let's use monetary power as a simple example. Who do you want to have more money? A scientist who, spend years and years to get PhD, spend decades researching and contribute like that, or someone who was just, I don't know, created the business at the right time. Not even a great business, or actually someone who just had a lot of money and invested it.
Obviously, the scientist.
Obviously the scientist, correct. However, which one of the two would be better at gaining power in an autocracy? The one who had a lot of power or a scientist?
The one who had a lot of power.
Exactly. That's precisely the point. The thing, when you create societal systems, it is all about alignment. You want the right choice to be the easy choice. So you want to create a system in which gaining power is just good for people in that country. And so far, the best system we have for that is a democracy because of the popularity.
Yeah, I know.
Exactly. The second best system, actually not even the second best system, arguably it could be on the same level, but also at the same time, that's why we use capitalism, because of supply and demand. In capitalism,
I don't agree with them. I believe that is a horrible system.
In capitalism, the way it works is supply and demand, which means that if there is a high demand for something, then it's going to be met with supply. The problem is that eventually you might end up with monopolies. And monopolies, all of a sudden, with monopolies, supply and demand doesn't matter, the quality of the products doesn't matter. What matters is how much power you had on the very beginning. And that's why capitalism works great until it doesn't. It's all about alignment. If you, however, replace capitalism with a system in which you have a central authority which has power over the entire economy, then this isn't really a better alternative. This is just you creating the monopoly by default. Which, yeah, you might put some safeguards in place. That's fine. But don't be surprised when those safeguards will get removed by people in power. You want to create an autocracy with just some, safe barriers? Then fine. But what are you going to do when the person in power removes them? Revolt? You can do that in a democracy if you want.
Like, believe me, I don't want to create an autocracy. Believe me, I don't want to do that.
Did you not just say that every democracy will eventually end up as an autocracy, so you would rather do it voluntarily with safeguards in place? Did you not say that?
I said that I would rather... I didn't say I would rather do it myself. I said that I rather place some safeguards there, but like it doesn't mean I want it to happen. I just want that when it inevitably happens.
Okay, did you not also say that anything is better than a democracy? I do believe that's a direct quote.
Maybe I said that.
Timon, you change your arguments mid-argument without realizing that you change your mind. And that's a pretty big issue. It must be very annoying for you, because whenever I go back to what you say, you always have to wrap around and create a different mental gymnastics way to fit it into the new. That's why me saying that, oh yeah, if you give science enough resources, it will create a better policy, and at the same time, it won't create a better policy. You have to walk around stuff like these in the end.
Okay. I don't believe that anything is better than democracy. I believe that we should really try to find something better than this. We should really try to find something better. We have not yet.
I said that I am fine with people criticizing democracy. I am not fine with people calling anything else better, because we don't have anything better yet. Just because someone thinks autocracy is inevitable doesn't mean they want it to happen, make it. But what Timon said is that he wants to put the guardrails in place, and he would rather do it. If you want, I can go back on stream and find the exact quote if you would prefer.
Oh no, that means I have to hear my own voice. Oh no, that means I have to hear my. I hate hearing my own voice.
If you want, I can go off. But did you think that maybe you are getting brainwashed? Now that you're getting brainwashed segment.
So you're saying that too much democracy bad?
You can gain too much power.
France has been doing this. To where? Like it's like. Oh no, I heard my own voice for a second. Autocracy. Like it will happen. It's inevitable for each and every democracy to fall into autocracy. Please make it stop.
Shush.
People are not smart enough to be trusted.
What about
I accidentally said make it. But like
that,
you can understand that
I talk about
sentence
science
in both ways and it would be correct.
Oh, what kind of to what people was Tefta exposed and find that? That one I want. Focus.
It's inevitable. At least make it as less. Oh, it's torture.
It is inevitable. At least make it what?
I'm not in support of an autocracy. I'm just saying that since it's inevitable, at least make it as less horrible as possible.
I'm not in support of autocracy, but I'm saying that if it's inevitable, at least make it as less horrible as possible.
Yeah.
Don't you think that a much better way of making it less possible is to, I don't know, sustain democracy?
Good luck with that. I know your.
What is your alternative?
That. I know your fancy country managed to avoid the autocracy.
No, what is your alternative to? So okay. So allow me to get this right. Okay, so you want to somehow make autocracy better. You don't want democracy, though.
I like.
What do you want exactly? Do you have like a single clear policy in mind, or just?
No.
Okay.
I want three things. One, delay autocracy as much as possible. Two, be prepared that that at one point our democracy will fall into autocracy and make the fall and make it and avoid it being more horrible than it is to be. 3, look for a system that is better than democracy in a way that it doesn't fall into an autocracy, unlike democracy that will.
How would you? So how would you put those circumstances? So for example, if let's say you're worried about democracy turning into an autocracy, what would you do to make the autocracy better?
I don't know.
Have you considered that maybe there is nothing you can do? Have you considered? Actually, I would say it's obvious would be a much more right word than sad. Because here's the thing, Timon. When you are talking about laws, then you're talking about laws. What kind of... I can show you, if you want, that you cannot create a law that will make an autocracy better for one simple reason.
Do tell.
If you create that law, what makes you think that the autocrat in power won't just fucking ignore it?
Yeah, it shouldn't be a law because obviously autocrats make the law.
No, it should be a mandate from the masses where the masses get to decide. That's called a democracy. Timon, listen, I don't know how much clearer. The thing is, you are not like you're trying to invent this kind of perfect system because you want to walk around the democracy in some kind of way, but I just don't know how to explain it to you better. You cannot create a safeguard to make autocracy better, because autocracy, by its very definition, will just not care about them.
Yeah, but I'm not saying a safeguard that is...
Okay, can you give me any example to prove that you're not just talking about made-up nonsense? Actually, not even made-up nonsense, that your argument isn't just wrong on the very basis. Can you give me at least one example of what that kind of policy would look like? Okay, so have you considered that maybe, just maybe, you don't actually want an autocracy? Maybe there is actually no way. Maybe you don't actually want an autocracy, as you mentioned. And maybe the only way to actually save ourselves from the worst horrors of autocracy is to just have it. Okay, I found an analogy. All right. I was the reason why I was talking in such incoherent ways because I was looking for an analogy. Okay, Timon, what you sound like is basically, imagine if I said that I want to die. However, I want to come back from death. I want to die. I don't want to die permanently. And then when you ask me, oh, so you want to go to sleep or like go into a coma or something? And I said, no, I don't want to go to sleep. I don't want to go into a coma. I want complete death, irreversible death. But then I don't want it to be permanent. Do you see what I mean?
That's how I feel every single day, yes.
But do you see what I mean? If you want temporary, irreversible death, then that you can't have that because temporary and irreversible is a direct counter. So what you want is
how I feel every single day.
Okay, but no. Let me ask you: do you realize that you cannot have temporary, irreversible death because temporary and irreversible are opposites? Do you realize that?
Yeah.
Then, with that in mind, do you realize that you also cannot have a safe autocracy because any safety you put in place can be ignored by the autocrat?
Yeah, I don't want a safety law or a safety I want.
Okay, then what else other than the law? Give me an example of just one that an autocrat will not ignore. One thing, one concept, one idea. What would it be?
It's a
You can't. You simply can't because
it's a very bad idea. It's a bad idea that is this is not an idea I want to implement because this can
I'm not
derail.
saying that this is. I'm not talking about the place. I'm talking it's impossible. I'm talking about what you are saying is literally impossible.
I have an idea, which is a bad idea because I just pulled it out of my butt in the previous second.
Go for it.
But if I have one bad idea, there could be that it could be a better idea. My idea is that basically dividing power to one main power and one kind of shadow power or whatever, so they can just take out the president whenever they want. And
okay,
I know that
Timon, you know what? I love that idea. So you see, autocracy is a government by a single person having unlimited power. So we can give the executive power to the president's leg. We can get the legislative to the hand. What you are describing is not an autocracy. It is not. That's precisely what I'm saying. I don't think you know what an autocracy is. Autocracy is a government by a single person having unlimited power. You cannot. Do you realize that you cannot create a safety check on it? Because that safety check, in order for that safety check to exist, you would need some other powerful body, which by definition would not be an autocracy. Do you realize that? You cannot have, with this definition, government by a single person having unlimited power, do you realize how you cannot, in fact?
Okay.
It is impossible to have a safeguard.
How about, not reducing the guards, the safety guards of the president, so it's easier to just take out the president if you want.
Okay.
How about that?
That's a pretty good idea. Except, got a quick question, if you don't mind. What happens when the president puts them back in place?
Oh yeah, fuck.
That's precisely. You see why it's impossible. You see why it's a temporary, irreversible death.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying here that we can't think of one. I'm saying it is impossible. That's an important distinction for me. I'm not saying that we can't think of an idea, or you can think of the idea, or I can think of the idea. I'm saying it is impossible.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, so with that in mind, you do realize why there can be no safeguards on autocracy. And that's precisely why democracy is better. It is precisely because the biggest fault of democracy is it turning into an autocracy. But autocracy has no safeguards because you have a person in power that is unlimited. If that's the only limit of the authoritarian power is the fact that that nothing exists in a vacuum, which means that an authoritarian power can be overthrown. However, I would argue that an authoritarian regime getting overthrown is an example of democracy, Because in order, I don't know if you would agree here with me, Timon, but in my opinion, if an authoritarian regime is overthrown, then that is just a bunch of people deciding that they want to overthrow the government, which, holy fuck, that's pretty democratic if you ask me. Like, you love revolutions, right?
Yep.
Revolutions are democracy in the purest form.
In France.
Like, they can fail big time, yes. However, they still are amazing, and they are the clearest like example of democracy.
Yeah, I wish they.
Y'all can listen. Y'all can criticize democracy all you want. That's fine. That's I would even say good, but don't pretend like there is something better. I mean, there could be something better, but we don't really know if there is anything better. So don't pretend. So it's not okay. So let me actually rephrase that. That was a bit incorrect. It's not don't say that there's something better. Don't pretend like we have something better, because we don't. The thing is, ideally, as I mentioned, the best kind of government would be to have democracy, to decide what morality people should follow, and then the science to figure out the effects of different policies. Now, that's why, in my opinion, if I was Austrian, I would support the Austrian Beer Party, where a big deal of their campaign is that they want an apolitical body that's just dedicated to science. I love that. And in my opinion, turning anything more authoritarian is a really bad idea. That goes counter to the goal. We don't want to reduce democracy. We want to increase science. And that's the big deal. That's why, no, we shouldn't safeguard against autocracy in any other way than keeping democracy, because safeguards will not work. The single person would just fucking remove them. Like, oh my goodness, the examples aren't difficult to come by. The thing is, if Trump doesn't like the Constitution holding him back, then if not for the fact that the US is still somewhat democratic, he could just ignore the Constitution.
Good, and maybe will.
Exactly, yeah. But that's precisely the point. The only thing still holding him back is that it's still a democracy. It's failing, you can argue, that's fine, but it is still a democracy. If it wasn't, he would just ignore it, which would be way worse, way less democratic. And so, I love how you use a rigid definition for autocracy, but use a flexible definition for democracy. Fine, let's use also a rigid definition for democracy. Define democracy. Government by the people, exerted either directly or through elected representatives. Is that the definition you want me to use? I use the first definition for autocracy to not cherry pick, and I can also use the first definition for democracy. I like that it says either directly or through elected representatives, because what I believe is that the best way we could go forward is by eliminating elected representatives. That seems like a no-brainer to me. If you have someone getting in power because of populist policies, then why do we want that person to be in power? The thing is, populist policies, actually, studies show that populist policies actually do really, really poorly in isolation. So, for example, Timon, I don't know if you knew about that. Do you know what Medicare is in America, or Obamacare?
Yeah.
Studies show that people are really against Obamacare. However, they are really for it if they don't know that it's called Obamacare. The same way as people are really against socialist policies, but are really for them if they are not called socialist policies.
Yeah.
So that's why and the reason why people are against them is because of the elected representatives, because of all the scares and so on. If people, instead of seeing which party, submits a proposal or something, which politician, if instead of that, people just saw the policies, and that's it, then they would vote for what they actually want. And that's why I think what we should do instead is we should slowly, over time, increase the impact of science in Europe, and we should slowly, over time, reduce the power of elected representatives, or at the very least break it down even more. What's more, making EU more democratic is also important by having actually people get the vote into who gets in the parliament, and so on and so forth. That's what I think would be a much better cause. Now that we're done with this, I can go into Gemma's, what Gemma was saying, which is just because someone thinks autocracy is inevitable doesn't mean they want it to happen. I think that is, democracy, it will focus on... Okay, oh yeah, because Timon, Gemma assumed what you meant, and I just want to read Gemma's comment, and I want you to tell me if that is what you meant, because I'm really curious. I think what Timon meant by that democracies should focus more on the military, economy, than happiness of people to defend itself better from autocracies, which means leaning closer to autocracy. Do you agree that democracies should focus more on the military and economy and less of the happiness of people?
No.
That is precisely why I wanted to know. That's because that's the belief that Gemma has. That's when we were arguing.
How the hell did you get to that conclusion? Oh my god, like I knew I was like really bad at explaining my opinions and expressing what I like my belief, but if that's the conclusion you got from me, then
I think your problem,
way
Timon,
worse
is that you were arguing for something different. The thing is, I think what you were actually arguing for is not the democracy. It is federal government, would it be? I think federalism, but I'm not questioning with this. Because, so, your argument would work if you weren't talking about autocracy, only about different structure of government. So, you have the... Do you know what was the difference between a federalist government versus unitary?
I don't know if
that's
I know
fair because unitary is very rare. Mostly France has that, like almost no other countries. Basically, the federal government. Actually, I think Poland doesn't matter. Federal is when you have a bunch of different states creating a single country. So, for example, United States of America. Unitary is when you have a single country. And so, the upside of a federal system is that it is way more. Well, it's like more smaller unions creating a bigger one. And I think what you were actually arguing is for a unitary system, because so basically, unitary would be better equipped to handle what's right now happening in America. The reason, there is an argument to be made that in America, there's basically right now someone who's doing something that would be unitary, but in the federal government. And in that case, fine. That's an argument to have. That's an argument to have because, arguing the country that is made in order to handle a single body in power over the entire country would be probably better equipped to have like a single government over the entire country. That seems quite obvious. However, in autocracy is, however, just something different. So yeah. That was just one I wanted to read from Gemma. Because Gemma, I don't like the mentality because that's just prisoner's dilemma, except you want to lose it on purpose. This is basically the equivalent of, oh yeah, we want our country to be an authoritarian regime simply because if we won't do it, then other countries. And also another thing, your argument the entire time assumes that autocracies are like more powerful. Which they're not. They are not. Autocracies are not more powerful than democracies. I don't want to say that democracies are more powerful than autocracies because I don't think. I think the causation there is pretty weak. But I can say that democracies aren't more powerful than autocracies for one simple reason: America is the country with the highest military in the world. Like, say what you want about its state right now, but America got to the first spot as a democracy. Hi, Revamp, hi.
Hello.
So yeah. General rule of thumb. And also, Jamal, which said about strict definitions. As you can see, that is the definition of democracy. I don't know what kind of definition you have for US became more powerful when leaned closer to autocracy. That is when they care less about happiness of people and than economy. You do realize that autocracy isn't defined by how much they care about the happiness of people. Like, in a democracy, if people decide that they care more about economy and the military, then they can still do that. That's something you can do in a democracy. What's more, that's precisely what happened in America. Like, that is precisely what happened there. Instead of favoring social safety programs, they just favored, just brutal efficiency and increasing productivity. the difference between democracy and autocracy isn't policy specifically. The actual difference between them is how many people are in power. Extreme democracy is every single person gets an equal vote, for which you would need to do much more changes. You would need to, as I mentioned, eliminate elected representatives. You would need to, unitary system probably kind of mixed. The point is, it's complex, but every single vote is the same. The extreme of autocracy is a single person is in power. Jamal just said, I just realized I don't support autocracy, I support capitalism. That's exactly the problem. The problem is that people really often want to claim they're for something or they're for something else. Because whilst you both started the argument by both of you supporting, but by both of you saying that, democracy will eventually fail, become an autocracy, both of you support wildly different things. Because I may be wrong, but I don't think Timon would share your enthusiasm of capitalism.
I would not. I'm very much against capitalism, really strongly.
I want more people to care about the economy than the happiness of people. If you want more people to care about the economy, then is capitalism really?
Yeah,
Do you mean capitalism is a pretty
ready to let's measure the people happiness in money, and you can just buy happiness and
no. Capitalism is a broad. It's very broad. So, are you for any specific kind of capitalism, or are you just general bag of capitalism? It's private property, if I'm not mistaken. Right. Economic system in which the means of production and distribution are privately corporately owned. Yeah, so it's private property, basically. That's what capitalism is. Communism is counter-public. Because more money means being able to defend yourself better. Okay, well, that's wrong on so many levels. First of all, capitalism doesn't mean richer. It means private property. So on the level of countries, you're already kind of, I wouldn't exactly call you right. Second of all, more money doesn't mean you can defend yourself better. Because that's not exactly how money works. The thing is, especially when you get to the level of countries, economics becomes way more confusing. Because how do you measure how rich a country is? How would you measure that? Gemma, how would you measure the richness of a country? I'm already gonna look up the thing. No, actually, I'm not gonna because I'm working. By money, I mean access to resources that can be used for better technology and leverage. It's not a measurement. Why do people always give just these rough ideas? You need to define it properly. You want some way to measure it if you want to measure if you want to measure the economy, you need something. GDP. That's an idea, gross domestic product. The GDP, however, still has problems. GDP still has some pretty major problems when it comes to measuring the economy. First of all, it doesn't account for the debt, pretty biggie. Second of all, I'm pretty certain it doesn't account for property, if I'm not mistaken, only for production. So goods and services produced. Third of all, cleaning up after disasters, for example, is a nice way to raise GDP, which means that if you have some kind of power plant that will just explode, then that could actually increase the GDP, simply because you need more products, more productivity, and more services in order to repair it. So I wouldn't exactly say that. So GDP still has some pretty major problems there. You don't need a rough definition to know that China is richer than Poland. You don't need a rigid definition to know that China is more richer than Poland. Well, that's a really weird argument, Gemma. Because, I mean, okay, you don't need a rough definition to know that China is richer than Poland. What about Italy and Poland? Do you still not need a rigid definition to know which one is richer? Like, which country is richer? Italy or Poland? Or France or Germany? Actually, even of Germany, actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say like France, Germany compared to Poland. Like I even without a rigid definition, I could make.
Poland has more
I,
workers. Germany relies heavily on exports, which means that if the rest of the world actually stopped trading, like if countries actually stopped trading with each other, then Poland could do better than Germany, even though Germany is much, much richer. It's the third biggest economy, if I'm not mistaken. But as I mentioned, it relies heavily on exports. That's the pickle of like economies at country scale. That's exactly the problem, because when people think of economy, they think of it in the same terms as we think of human scales, which is wildly different. That's because on human scales, it's simple. How much money you have. You have like a single value for how rich you are. On the country scale, however, it doesn't work like that because, what, you want to measure how rich your country is by money? Well, print more money. Just make more money. Why not? So that is way more difficult. Another thing is that what matters is where those resources are going. So, for example, China is a massive economy, just ridiculously powerful, but at the same time, they rely extremely heavily on exports. So even though China is a powerful, mighty economy, the people living in China aren't really benefiting from it because of wealth inequality. Basically, China relies on exports because people in China just straight up aren't rich enough to buy what they produce. China's wealth inequality is a topic for a whole other discussion. You remind me of Reblax. You always counter every argument by asking for better definitions. Yeah, because it's important in science to have definitions. That's a really important thing, because if you don't have definitions, then you could have two people argue over something wildly different. Them relying on exports doesn't matter if they invent AGI first. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't matter if they invent AGI first. But you know, if they invent AGI first, hey, Poland being a poorer country doesn't matter if we invent AGI first. Like, I mean, hey, I don't know, living in an authoritarian regime doesn't matter if the people invent AGI. Like, this argument doesn't matter if I invent AGI. I don't know exactly where you want to go with that. I'm guessing what you're saying is that they are more likely to invent AGI because they're richer, but that's not quite true either. Because I don't know if you've noticed, but most AI companies are in America. And yes, DeepSeek shone them, gave them a run for their money, obviously. But still, most AI companies are in America.
Okay, this is just a fun.
I'm sure hold on, because one more thing. I'm sure economically poor country like Poland can't invent AGI. No, you're not sure. You're guessing. It's not. Don't say sure. Just for future reference, just say, I think that, on the very beginning of a sentence like that. That's much better. Because you haven't even defined what poor means. That's not how you design fake arguments.
So just a more fun-lighted question: if you accidentally invented AGI, because I can just imagine you doing that, what would you do?
Take over the world, probably. And what else am I gonna do with an AGI? Might as well, since if we're here. I mean,
but like, would you keep it a secret, or like,
probably.
what would you do?
I think it would be funny if I kept it as a secret. I think if I invented AGI, I would just like. That's a good question. If I got AGI, I would take over the world, but I would make it seem as if like it was just purely due to luck. Because I think that would be hilarious. So, you know, something like winning the lottery, then just everything just purely based on luck. I would go through a lot of trouble.
AGI can't help you win the lottery.
AGI, I mean, it can.
No, it can't.
Yes, it can.
No, it can't.
Yes, it can. Absolutely.
No,
What do you mean?
how could it?
Very simply the way it can achieve any goal. If you have a model of predicting the future, then you can. Well, the thing is, AGI would not only be a model for predicting the future; it would be also a model for like figuring out how your actions affect the future. So the way you would probably do it is like if you asked AGI that, oh, I want to win the lottery, then what it would probably do is it would like slowly replace every single person that works at the lottery and then blackmail them in specific ways so that they would actually roll the exact numbers you want.
Okay.
Just by looking at countries which are excellent at AI, you can realize economy matters most. Looks like best argument in science. It's always the best argument in science. Looks like. First of all, I will repeat myself. You haven't defined what rich is. You haven't. What also, you can realize economy matters most. Economy. What part of the economy? That's a broad term. That's if you want, I can make the same claim just by looking at countries that are just by looking at countries which are excelling at AI. You can realize that homegrown vegetable produce matters most. Correlation. You can economy matters most for causation. That's fine. However, you still haven't mentioned which part of the economy. Economy is a pretty broad term. Rich means like US or China. Well, that's not a good definition now, is it? Rich just means being like US or China. Okay, would you count... I don't fucking know, then... Oh, piss. Well, would you count Russia? It's about the same scale, so I would say it's like US or China. Would you count, I don't know, Netherlands? Because they have red in their flags. That could be another way in which they're like US and China. Would you count India? They have a national birds. I'm pretty certain China and US also have national birds.
Hey, we have national birds too, and we
exactly.
have red in our flags too.
So would Hungary also be rich? Gemma, but that's the whole point. You gave me a definition, and I asked you about that definition. Now you're saying Russia is broke, but under your definition, it should be rich. It is big, just like US and China. You didn't specify which part of US and China. I think every other country, then that too are broke. Okay, so you think that the definition of rich, of a rich country is just US or China. In your opinion, that is the definition of a rich country.
Can we hold on how like Gemma just called like countries like every single Western European country broke?
Every single country other than America and China.
Or like Canada, or like whoa.
Because they are most likely to invent
Japan.
AI.
Just got all of this broke.
Okay, Gemma, hear me out. I think that the richest country in the world actually is Lithuania. Because my definition of a rich country is just country that is called Lithuania. Therefore, I think being China and US is pretty bad because you're not rich, you're not called Lithuania. Huge missed opportunity. Gemma, you can talk about all you want about inventing AGI, but you shouldn't redefine rich as the capability to invent AGI. Because that is a very arbitrary definition. Like, given all definitions are arbitrary, but we do have a social contract for all definitions. And I really don't understand. That's a wild argument. Nice strawmans. Okay, but I mean, this is how words work. What do you mean? Defining the richness of a country by its probability to invent AGI is a pretty garbage definition. You can clearly see the correlation between having higher GDP and excelling better at AI. Well, okay, you can see the correlation there, but you weren't talking about GDP, you were talking about how rich a country is. That's why I asked you, how do you define a rich country? And then you said China or the US. That's a pretty bad definition. So, okay, Gemma, do you think that a higher GDP means a richer country? Because I already told you one way to measure being rich, no, business GDP. Yeah, but I already told you that GDP has problems. That's what I started with. GDP has some serious problems. So, for example, hold on. Let's try it. So, countries by GDP per capita. America would be pretty high. You can see there is a whole bunch. And the highest is Luxembourg. So why don't you think that Luxembourg is richer than the US and China? International Monetary Fund, I guess they would know. And United Nations, World Bank.
Hi there.
Hi, Eti. Hi.
Hi.
Don't use per capita. Why not? So you think it's just GDP. Okay. Countries by GDP. Just GDP. There is a pretty big fault with countries by GDP, which is that they don't account for the scale of a country, obviously. So what is GDP of Europe actually? I'm curious. GDP of Europe. European Union actually. Economy of European Union. GDP is 20. Purchasing power parity. Okay, it's 29. I don't know, I should use nominal PPP. 25 average, the simplest way. Okay, so the GDP of European Union would be higher than China.
But it's not really a country, sadly, so...
Yeah, but I mean, why does it matter? Why is country being... Because the thing is, you want to use it at scale, so obviously you want to scale. US or China inventing AGI, and you're claiming it doesn't count because they're bigger and it's not fair. I'm not saying it's not fair. I would just say that it's... If you think that the likelihood of AGI getting invented is proportional to GDP, then it's more likely that the European Union will invent AGI than China.
I mean, but since it isn't a country, and
not the point I'm trying to make. Not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is that if you actually think it's proportional, if you think that it's winner takes all and it's proportional to the GDP, then US and China would be like, we would need to compare US and China GDP in comparison to world GDP. And when you compare that, you will get the probability of the two richest countries in the world inventing AGI in comparison to all the others, which I can bet you some serious money. What's world GDP actually in this case? Focus 115. Yeah, it will be less than 50%. Way less than 50%. 40%? It's 50 out of 115, 45, I think. Something like that. Which means it's actually more likely that they won't invent AGI than that they will. Which is why binary system of measuring stuff is a pretty bad idea. So you don't want to measure stuff by if they will invent AGI or won't, because it's a binary system. Which means that the only two countries which you consider rich are more likely to not invent AGI than to invent AGI under your own definition. US are not anywhere near centralized. US and China, I don't think, have even considered effort to complete AI. What do you mean you don't think okay, we're not centralized, that is true. But the international scientific collaboration in EU is great.
Yeah, it is.
If you count EU as a country... Oh no, you don't have to count EU as a country, Gemma. If you don't count EU as a country, then it is still more likely that China and United States will not invent AGI than it is that they will. So what's your reasoning then for calling them a rich country? What's your reasoning for your definition? What's this on Microsoft Quantum CPU? It's kind of neat. I haven't read too much about it, but it looks pretty neat. I'm glad that they're still doing hardware efforts instead of just focusing on AI for the buzz. You don't see EU performing anywhere near US or China when it comes to AI. But once again, why is like this is if your assumption number one is that the probability of creating AGI is proportional to GDP, then the US and China are more likely to not make AGI than they are to make AGI. How does that work with your definition?
Like, it can be proportional to, but not the only factor. So it can be proportional.
That's precisely what I'm saying. Like, measuring if a country is rich or poor is way more difficult than people think. I'm just asking you to compare non-centralized entities with centralized ones. I am just comparing countries, okay? The US and China are more likely to not make AGI than they are to make AGI. It's not, you don't have to think of it as the EU, UN, or anything. Just measuring countries. No. What do you mean no? It's numbers. Like, hold on. Maybe I am doing math incorrectly. Timon, help me out on this.
Oh no.
30 million plus 19 million. This is the probability of US and China creating AGI. That, if I'm not mistaken, is 49 million.
Yes. So far, so
Now, the probability of the entire world creating AGI is 115 million. Which means the probability of some other country than the US and China creating AGI is 115 million, the entire world creating AGI, and not US or China creating AGI, hence why the minus, which is 75 million minus 9, 66, right? 75 and then minus 9, that should be 66. But you know what, just to be certain, 115 divided by 49. Oh wait, not divided, minus 106, 15 minus 49. Right, 66, and then 66 divided by 115. It is 0.5, or in other words, 57% that the US and China will not create AGI. You are using probability wrongly. First of all, is wrongly a word? Second of all, in what way am I using probability incorrectly?
I think you use it perfectly correctly.
I believe so too. Hey, hold on. Revlax, hear me out with, help me out with this. Am I using probability incorrectly? As a mathematician. Would you look at that? We have a mathematician here. What's the context? The context is that Gemma said that the GDP is proportional to how likely you are to create AGI. And then what I'm saying is that United States and China are more likely to not make AGI than they are to make the AGI. If all countries have a chance of creating it, but only one can do it, the one with the most probability is more probable to invent it compared to any other options. Yes, it doesn't change the fact that the US and China are more likely to not make AGI than they are to make AGI. Which is precisely my point of why that definition of a country being rich is pretty bad. Because it is more likely that US and China will not be rich under that definition than there is that they will be rich. So I have so many factors. Well, impossible to answer. Yeah, but that's precisely why I asked Gemma, like, what does he mean? And apparently the probability of creating AGI is just proportional to GDP. So Let's assume it's equal, because why not? You shouldn't use one-to-one correlation between economy and inventing AGI. Okay, well, then what should I use? What kind of correlation, Gemma? Most influential factor. Okay, so what you are basically saying, allow me to get this right, just to make sure that I'm not misunderstanding, is that you have some kind of model which checks how rich a country is based on how likely it is to create AGI, and countries are more likely at creating AGI the richer they are. However, you don't know what that model is, you don't know how to calculate it, you don't have a clear definition or a clear idea of that model is. That's good stuff. It's good, I like it. Gemma, what actually is happening is you feel like China. I'm saying it based on evidence. Evidence, information without interpretation is meaningless. Evidence without the model means nothing. Like, I can say that my model is that some kind of powerful deity is trying to tell me that I was chosen to lead mankind by creating a moon, and then my evidence is that moon exists. Like, I can say that, but my interpretation could be way off. You are saying it based on evidence, but you are also interpreting this evidence in a really weird way. Is there any non-US Chinese AI company performing anywhere close near US Chinese AI company? I don't think so. But at the same time, that would assume that, you know, there's like... That would assume that the richness should be measured by the amount of AI companies. Which, well, I haven't heard any economists say that. I don't know, maybe there were some economists that said. Tens does a lot of heavy lifting. It's just wild to me that you care so much about the economy without actually defining what you care about. That's kind of like someone saying that... I don't even know if I have a good example for this, actually. That's kind of like someone saying that they care a lot about borders and border security without actually having a definition of what a border is. Like, you want a good economy, okay, but what does that mean? How are we supposed to measure it? %1 increase or chance of creating... But how are you supposed to measure it, Gemma? You say that you care about the economy a lot, but do you have any way to measure it? The pro tip, don't ask Gemma to define things. Well, I know from now, because, geez, this is awful. Bye, Nedlin. Bye, see ya. Good night. So, for example, by better AI infrastructure, semiconductor industry, etc. Okay, so your definition of how rich a country is the AI infrastructure and semiconductor industry. Boy, do I have some news for you. Would this be good enough? No, would this be good enough? Large semiconductors companies by revenue. Well, I'm looking by country. Producers, I would suppose, would be. Okay, whatever. Boy, do I have some news for you. Because if you're looking semiconductor sales by country, then South Korea should be actually 3 times richer than China. Don't worry, Gemma, this is your only 7th attempt at creating a definition of what you think makes a country rich. It's fine, it takes a bit. Mickey, what's your opinion? Multiplayer dreams. Tried them a couple times. Not a fan. Too many cheaters, you know. The more influential a country is, the more you can control this infrastructure. For example, US control South Korea. So, okay. But Gemma, your definition was, let me quote, by better AI infrastructure, semiconductor industry, etc. AI infrastructure is so vague that, like, it sounds like something that a water bottle company would say on the bottle to just brag that they use AI to make their water. So it's just a vague sentence filled with buzzwords there. So I'm going with the semiconductor industry, because that's at least a bit more well-defined. With your own definition, the 4 richest countries in the world, in order, are United States, South Korea, Japan, Taiwan. That's by your definition. See what I'm saying? Creating a proper definition for measuring something like the richness of a country isn't easy. Depends what richness is inside. It depends how you define it. Can't you just see that the most powerful countries have better access to everything, so they can do everything better, including creating AI? How is that not obvious to you? Because I'm a scientist, Gemma. Just because something seems obvious doesn't mean it's right, nor does it mean it's scientific. Listen, a particle being a point and not a wave is also obvious, just like it is wrong. Things can be obvious and wrong at the same time. That's why we do science, to eliminate the bias. That's precisely why we do science, that's precisely why it's important. Just because something feels right doesn't mean it is. And the problem you have right now is that you have something that feels right to you, but you can't express it. That's because what you actually are trying to describe is that the US and China are, in a way, powerful. However, that power is a lot trickier than you think. Simply because, yes, bigger countries are more powerful, they're bigger, but it comes with downsides. Don't you think that your country will have much better chance of creating AGI, will get much investment infrastructure, etc., as the US? I think so, yes, but I think I would prefer my country to be rich than creating AGI. And over that, I would prefer my country to be a nice place to live over it being rich. Because I think that if Poland all of a sudden got a bunch of investment and infrastructure into creating AI, it would still perform worse off economically than... Actually, no, Poland actually had a pretty big economic boom already. So it's hard for me to even define what makes some country a rich country. Getting your ego boost make it. I must say you're wrong. The thing is, you want to... I think what's actually happening, Gemma, is that you really like the US and you really like China and you are looking for a justification. However, that justification just simply is that those countries are powerful. Mainly due to their size. Would you rather want your country to be a nice place to live for people now, or would you want to maximize your chances of a country inventing AGI? I would rather my country be a nice place to live. Because as I mentioned, just because a country invents AGI, first of all, Gemma, countries won't invent AGI. In our current system, countries won't invent AGI. Companies will. Which means what you are actually saying is, would you rather your country be a nice place to live or have a company which creates AGI in it? So, first realize that fact. Second of all, just because an AGI is invented in my country doesn't make it better in any way. If AGI is done correctly, I won't have a problem. If it's done incorrectly, then, well, I would even argue you'd be safer further away, but not by much. It's still global apocalypse, basically. If a sponsored company invents AGI, the morality of the AGI will be aligned with your country's morality. Okay, that is wrong on so many levels. First of all, you are just straight up wrong. Absolutely not. We do not know. The main issue with creating AGI is that we do not know how to create a goal for an AGI, which means, first of all, objective basis, you are wrong. Second of all, AI companies in America didn't really get much sponsorship from the US. Like the really big ones aren't really there because they got sponsorship. It's because they have, less regulation there. And they can steal. The reason why Europe, I think that's another thing you're misunderstanding. The reason why AI companies don't exist in Europe isn't because Europe is poor. It's because we have regulation which make it much more difficult to get data. We have much better privacy laws. For example, if I all of a sudden want Discord to take down all the data they have about me, I can just tell them to do that and they have to comply. Which is pretty difficult if you're running an AI company which wants as much data as possible. Let's stick to my mom is on. It's not like higher end reasoning, which is fucking nonsense. I don't think it's higher level reasoning is fucking nonsense, Dreblax. I just think that Gemma is smoking some major weed right now. AGI is misaligned or it's only aligned the morality of a specific culture nation. There are a lot of problems once again. Apart from all the other problems I mentioned about your argument, Gemma, what if in your country develops AGI and then decides that you're an immigrant? What then? Or decides that you are not a citizen and just throws you away? Smoking some major weed is fine if you just prove to new theorems. Exactly. Got me there. The problem is I don't think Gemma will learn anything from it because whenever Gemma encounters a problem with his argument, he just moves on. He just moves on to throw a quick counter. So starting with, thinking that how rich a country is. Okay, so it started with how rich a country is more important than how happy the people are. I asked Gemma for a definition. Gemma provided me the first definition, to which I said that US and China wouldn't do well on that. Actually, US and China, first definition being just US, China were rich, so I asked for a more specific one. Gemma then said that, give me another definition in which US and China would be more likely to be in the minority, to not invade AGI than to invent AGI. Then the next one, which was, if I am not mistaken, the AI infrastructure and semiconductor chips, which, as I mentioned, AI infrastructure is extremely vague, and semiconductor chips would make China the fifth country, not second, and South Korea would be the second. And then as we keep going, you also, on top of that, you assume that how rich a country is related to, or is actually responsible or tends to make AGI progress easier, which once again, the reason why there aren't that many AI companies in Europe is because we have better privacy laws. You need to do quite a lot of illegal or at the very least ethically questionable data collection in order to train big enough AIs. It just has problems on so many levels. So many levels that I don't know if there is even a point in me, because historically you don't tend to change your mind, Gemma. You just tend to keep pushing forward. The argument is simple. The more powerful your country is, the better chance of creating an AGI that's aligned with you, because aligning AI with everyone's goals is impossible. It would be simple if not for two things. First of all, do you have any proof that aligning AI with everyone's goals is impossible, or are you just guessing? And second, do you have any proof that the more powerful your country, the better chance to create an AGI that is aligned with you, or are you just guessing? Because once again, companies create AGIs, not countries.
First one seems true to me. Emphasis on seems. The second doesn't seem true to me personally, but yeah.
Do you think that the better the chance to create AGI that is aligned to you?
No, I said that the first wasn't the first one that like an AGI cannot satisfy everyone's goals. Like you can't.
Because the whole of humanity don't share the same values and goals. Yeah, neither does a whole country. Neither do two people, Gemma. With that argument, you couldn't even create an AI for two people. So we shouldn't be talking about which country creates that AGI first. We should be talking about which person creates AGI first. Don't you think that's a much better argument, Gemma? Instead of asking which country creates it first, asking which person does it? Because the first person to create AGI will have all the power. Why would they want to share it with anyone? Immorality is more like with Poland than that of North Korea. Yeah, you see, you are just wrong with that statement. Again, because I have met Polish people and I have met people from other countries. And I can tell you, based on evidence, that is just wrong. That may have been true 70 years ago, maybe 50 years ago, but not today. I've met people from North Korea. No, well, North Korea not specifically, but other countries all the way around the globe. I speak with a lot of Americans.
My condolences.
If you're trying to make an argument that, you know, the country is what matters, then America is pretty far away from Poland. Passionate, but don't you want the country to succeed in AGRS? AGRS. Gemma, I've already mentioned it so many times in the past. I am not nationalist. I am not nationalist to the extreme. Which means I don't care which country creates AGI. All I care about is that that AGI doesn't kill me. Because as I mentioned, have you considered that countries don't create AIs? Companies do. So if you have an American company which outsources... American AI company which uses actually chips in Taiwan, a supercomputer in Taiwan to create AI, what morality will it align best with? The morality of Taiwan or the morality of the United States? If this company starts hiring researchers and it's going to hire researchers from Europe, then which morality will it align best with? US, Taiwan, or European? If the CEO of that company is, I don't know, fucking Hungarian, then what morality will it align with then? The morality of the place where it's taught, the morality of where the company was founded, the morality of the CEO has all the power, or the morality of the researchers that work on it? You don't think nations influence morality of AI? I don't really know. Ask DeepSeek about China and you'll find out. Gemma, ask the Google AI about if Google did anything unethical. That's not an American issue now, is it? The reason why these things don't, like, they happen in all AIs. Because that depends on what people teach the AI. Like, every single AI does that. Ask fucking Edge, is it Edge AI? A Copilot, whatever it's called. If Microsoft ever did anything unethical. Ask ChatGPT if OpenAI ever did anything unethical. That's not because of nationalized countries make their community AI more aligned with their nation's values. Yeah, but Gemma, what I mentioned earlier is that in China, there's actually extreme wealth inequality. And so a lot of workers in China cannot afford what they make. Which means that if you live in that country, if your nation's values are actively harming you, why would you ever want an AI to do it? Why would you ever want to just hypercharge it? If your nation is treating you really bad, why would you ever want it to have more power? What's morality of AI? I'm guessing this Gemma right here means, like, you know, goals of an AI, which is... I mean, goals of AI is definable, actually. That is, because then you can check the intelligence. That's actually how you measure intelligence, by the definition of a goal. So that's not bad. During a learning process, you can actually, like, you design the learning process around the goal. So that's actually possible. Because you agree with those values? No, I don't. No, I don't. I disagree with many. Gemma, allow me to give you an example. Hey, Timon, do you agree with Hungary?
No.
What about that, Gemma? How many people do you think live in Hungary, North Korea, Russia, China, who disagree with values of their countries? Heck, America, for goodness sake. Just ask in our server how many Americans would want Trump to have AGI. Just ask them. And then you will see why your argument makes wild assumptions.
Like, the most active people in the Making Fun of America channel are Americans because, yeah, for
Okay,
a reason.
oh my
for
goodness,
that
then
reason.
this argument. Okay, if you don't agree with your country, just move to a country you agree with. Hey, Gemma, why do you think I didn't move to Netherlands yet? Genuine question. Why do you think I haven't moved to Netherlands yet? Company created, not the US government. First of all, that is what I'm saying, Rebels. But once again, Reblax, you can... morality of AIs is the same as the goal of an AI. That's actually the consensus at the very least. It's how most people call it. The paperclip maximizer would just... The morality of a paperclip maximizer would be to just have as many paperclips as possible. Because there is no... Like, the terminal goal of... The human terminal goal is basically what we call morality for humans. And there's no need to change that for AIs. And as I mentioned, the goal of AI is actually pretty well defined because you need to, well, you build the learning process around it. I'm sure you want Netherlands to an area if you like it so much. Not really. I wouldn't want I wouldn't want Netherlands to invent AGI because what would that mean? No. What I would want is I would want an international agency for AI, for safe AI research to be created, established, kind of like UN, and then I would want that agency to do it. Because if you create a pressure to create AGI competitively, then different companies and different countries will cut corners, which is not what you want when creating AGI. That's so impractical. Have you not seen my The Worst Mistake Humanity Can Ever Make video? It's like one of the first good videos I've made. In that video, in that video, if I'm not mistaken, I finish off with the speech about how no matter who creates AGI, this will lead to a post-scarcity society. Which means no matter who creates AGI, every human on Earth could have whatever they want, because that would be enough. However, if we keep being competitive about creation of AI, then this leads to higher likelihood of us creating misaligned AGI, because people will cut corners. That is so impractical, because human values are misaligned to human culture. You're right, Gemma. Why should we try to not fucking end the world if it's difficult? Yeah, you know what? I also wanted to, not create a global calamity that will kill off humanity. I also wanted to prevent a human extinction event, but then after realizing how much paperwork I will have to do, what's the point, am I right? Calamity, stop with the fucking Yara and the Django Dragon. Don't you even. Not Calamity, no. Yara and the Django Dragon reference, no. I really never got that, because every single AI safety researcher will tell you that competition is the last thing we want when creating AGI. Do you think conservatives and liberals will agree on the ideal post-war scarcity will look like? Do you think Chinese and European will agree? Eventually, yes. Eventually, I think yes. The problem is that if we don't agree and if instead we choose competition, then we increase the likelihood of everyone dying. Everyone. And that's like the best case scenario, is everyone dying. You don't want AI to keep us alive. That would be much worse. Have you all heard of the voluntary human extinction movement? I have, actually. Because of J-Resh.
The what?
Voluntary human extinction movement. It's basically a movement that wants to kill off all of humanity. Like, the movement basically says that, we should just all die. And that's it.
Uh-huh.
So basically bring out like a nuclear Armageddon.
Yeah, but I bet don't the people who make this movement want to preserve wildlife?
So your way to solve AI misalignment is just hoping every human will get along with each other. Gemma, you're wasting time. Just nuke every single other country. It is quicker. The effect will be practically the same. Like, what's the difference if AGI wipes you out or if you just get blown away in a nuclear explosion? It seems much simpler in my opinion. There are so many flaws in what Gemma is saying that I can't even focus on them all. Because another thing you said, do you think liberals and conservatives would get along? Well, if the US creates an AI, I don't think that would solve the fucking problem, would it? You just assume that the problems you pose will be solved if a single country creates it. I mean, nice to be an optimist, I suppose. If AI wipes us all, the transhumanists won. Not transhumanists, actually, posthumanists. Transhumanists would win if we would replace all of our... I consider myself a transhumanist. Transhumanists would win if we just replace all our mortal parts with machine ones, which I mean, I am all for it. Is the posthumanists that are weird and want humanity just fucking die. Well, you'd want your favorite party to be ruling your nation when they invent AGI. Well, you know what, Gemma? I like your optimism. And don't worry, I'm certain it is the people who support you specifically who create AGI. Yeah, sure, most likely scenario is that either someone opposing to you will create AGI, or alternatively, that AGI will wipe us all out because of competition. But you know what? There is this small, minuscule, tiny sliver of chance that you will actually get your AGI and it won't kill you off simply because it's misaligned or it's aligned with different people. So you know what? Go for it. Create an environment with lots of competition, lots of risk. You will die, but I mean... sacrifices, am I right?
Some of you may die, but this is a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
It's more of a I will die, but it's a sacrifice that I'm willing to make to also kill off a lot of other people.
Isn't that just literally terrorism?
Precedent, that's actually the voluntary human extinction.
No, but like people who just fly planes into buildings and stuff like that because like
I think more
again,
concerned with AI being misaligned with all humans than some humans. That's why I think competition is bad. Yeah, because it's more likely that it will be misaligned with all humans. And competition will just screw it up even more. Global human safety is not something which can be taken lightly. This is the latest stream has gone. Oh, not even close. The longest stream was 23 hours, 22. You believe so because of propaganda, which is movies like Terminator.
yeah.
Hey, Gemma, do you trust scientists? Gemma, do you trust scientists? Yes, you do. Okay, here's a YouTube channel about made by an AI safety researcher, a scientist, and most of these videos are about actually different scientific papers about AI safety. Now you can see that each and every single one of them has a red bar on the bottom. This red bar is what YouTube does when you're seeing the entire video, and these are the propaganda movies you were referring to. You know, the movies like Terminator. This is where I'm getting my arguments from. I would really recommend you watch some of AI videos by Robert Miles, because I don't know where you are getting your information from, Gemma, but I am getting my information from people whose job it is to do AI safety. I think Robert very much underestimates. I'm gonna lose it.
At least this time it's not because of me.
Gemma's a bit high. No, Gemma is Dunning-Krugering right now.
Gemma is the new Made It. When Made It is asleep, Gemma comes in.
I can't think of a clearer example of a Dunning-Kruger than, you know, someone who doesn't really know much about AI calling an AI safety researcher, just saying that they underestimate something. This one is an interesting one. This one shows how how difficult it is even to design a system which could like let us control AI. Even if we know it's dangerous, we still have no system to like control it in any meaningful way. The best thing we can do is basically throw it away. It's, I think, 90-something% of safety, which is pretty terrible. People do that all the time with everything, except when someone does that with physics, we call that being a crackpot. Someone does that with sociology and social science, we call that an opinion. AI doesn't have one single end goal, like stamp collection, which is the biggest example Robert uses in video to show misalignment risks. Gemma. Hey, Gemma. I have a quick question, if you don't mind. More of a request. You know, just a quick one. Would you mind leaving the server? The Discord one? Because if you just watched a video by an actual AI safety researcher who was replying to who was basically talking about the stamp collector, if you just watched that video in which Robert Miles, the AI safety researcher, specifically said why that argument you just mentioned is wrong, if I do remember correctly, that is the orthogonality thesis video, which if we score by popularity, oh, would you look at that? It's the top one. That video, which replies specifically to that the complexity of goals is unrelated from the level of intelligence, and you just said what you just said, then holy shit, I am worried what claims you are making based on my videos. I've never seen him this pissed since my racism arc is a wild thing, say Medi. By the way, Timon, Medi is your teammate in the quarantine.
Oh, yeah, well, in my defense, I'm not in quarantine. My auto account is in quarantine, so
I mean, we can change that if you want.
please don't.
Oh, I was just suggesting that I will remove your account from quarantine. But if you want to keep it, that's fine. Whatever. I don't mind.
Oh yeah. I mean, like either give me all the bad rolls or none of them. Like please.
I will if I won't forget. Gemma, I really am worried about what claims you are making based on my videos. I feel like you might get someone seriously hurt if you make claims based on my videos like you're making claims based on Robert Miles' videos. So I would really appreciate if you would at the very least stop watching my videos, simply because I don't want my videos to hurt anyone that kind of way. I think I'm very people stuff as good as anything with my experience. Some people just can't. Yeah. Make it. Can I also get quarantine? Asking politely. If you want, fine. Hey, I'm not against that. Bavbot, you're welcome. Have a quarantine roll. There we go. Congrats.
But is my alt still? Yeah, it's in quarantine again. Dang it.
Like, there was a guy who asked a specific math problem made a way, and the answer was, it is badly written and uses unconventional notation, and he would not accept that for 2 hours. And he gave up trying to explain the stuff.
Okay, like yes, you can leave a like.
I do have to say that the "let me out" has to be the catchphrase of quarantine from now on.
But if you leave and rejoin, all the XP gets lost. So and the quarantine rank and everything. Not the crab hater roll, because Bev has that and that will be lost.
Yeah, 13-year-old is free right now? Oh, it can't be.
Yeah, that's free. He's free.
30-year-old minister. Hold on. There you are. Mazel tov. You're back. This is gonna be Yaron the Jungle Dragon. I love the subculture of quarantine. Like, we're gonna create two completely separate, fun social experiment, if anything. Just to create two completely separate groups. Already
I'm not
610
completely
raised. It is actually more than 610. It's just that the previous ones are on different sites. It is, in fact. I do not have a way to calculate all of it, do I? Oh, don't worry, should be fixable. How do I include like the entire? Oh, this is gonna be a pain, isn't it? I guess I can just save this. No, not like that. My goodness. That'll be Jason. Oh yeah, I already have that. I forgot. It's like 2 Discord servers in 1. Exactly.
But why did my art had to go back to quarantine?
Well, it's because you haven't earned your freedom yet. Okay. Jason, include file.
I'm wondering if the JSON file format was just someone naming the file format after themselves.
Unfortunately, not. No. JavaScript object notation, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's what it stands for. Back to programming, I guess. I'm just trying to figure out how many donations, like how much we've collected. There we are. Okay, now for our wait, hold on. Print length of D, was it this way? 28. Okay, so for I total is equal to 0. For I in range 28, not 18, like 28. Total plus equals data I2 print I total.
But we're still in current.
Yeah. And then 2. Okay, so it seems like that seemed to have worked. We talk $2,500. $2,500. That's what we got.
Whoa,
Yeah.
that's insane.
Megan, have you done anything regarding front end of the page? No, nothing. It's no about that. Bye, Eti.
Bye.
That is so much. That is a lot, isn't it? 2,500. Ah, I should work on some front page too. But this stream has already ended up being way too long, unfortunately. Don't ever just get me into arguments about science, because I can't. I'm not the kind of person to to just leave things as, well, let's agree to disagree. Because you can't agree to disagree in science.
Like, the only reason why I don't like getting into arguments with you is because you get so worked up and I feel bad for you. Like,
Don't give me that pity. I don't like pity either.
I mean, I can't help it. It's genuine.
So fucking why? I don't like pity. Mickey, you're gonna start using ads to share your channel. I don't. The return on investment is not worth it. The amount of money I need to spend on ads is just ridiculous. It's much better to just spend it on, like, you know, my food or water or electricity.
But not heating.
No.
That isn't
I don't need
necessary.
that. It's bright outside. It's brightening up my room and, you know, making it stuff. Anyway, I think I'm gonna go now because it's been a 5-hour long stream. That should be good enough. Anyway, I'm gonna go grab some food. And I'll probably come back and we might join in on the Discord channel. I might just be here working on the video.
Alright, I don't think I will be here in the afternoon because I'm going out with friends. So yeah, but
No.
hopefully someone will.
Alright. Well then, for now, I suppose that'll be it. Thank you everyone so much for watching and have a great